Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 3975 to Chapter 4006. Xianxia stirred up trouble in the world, and in the end, there was nothing to do. Many people had their tails between their legs. If they didn't act, Xianxia couldn't catch them on the spot. Because of this situation, the social atmosphere was a little better. For example, some old big cases were turned over, and some absconding criminals were caught. It felt like the world was turning upside down. Dong Qian felt that if the female devil went out to cause trouble every day, then his life would be much better, but she was a Gu family person. She always ran to the house and begged him not to come back. Could he just work hard outside? Dong Qian felt that he was now a wife who was being abused, powerless, and unable to resist. He was afraid to see his husband and hoped that his husband would die outside forever. Dong Qian felt extremely tired as he still had to deal with her in a hypocritical manner. Xianxia went home and said to Dong Qian, "It's really too weak. There is no one who can fight." Sigh. Dong Qian rolled his eyes. This kind of person was simply crazy. He was even crazier than the rich and heartless people like them. He killed people without blinking. When dealing with people, he did not hesitate and had no soft-hearted. This kind of person was more terrible. Dong Qian forced himself not to think about it, but his brain didn't seem to be his own. All kinds of messy information were running through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Even his heart began to hurt. Dong Qian knew that there was something wrong with his body, but he didn't dare to check it out. Anyway, his whole person was not good. Dong Qian endured the tightness in his heart. Xianxia asked, "You don't look like Xianxia. You are not Xianxia." Xianxia was so shallow that she committed suicide for a man like Xianxia. It could be seen that she was a woman who fell into the chaos of love. Her mind was not clear. What kind of man was Xianxia? Now this person was a female devil. Even if she mutated, it was impossible to become like this. Xianxia sighed and said with relief, "You finally found out. I thought you could only find out after you died." Without a body, Xianxia was already very free. She could do whatever she wanted, and there was no need for her to disguise herself. After all, no one could hit her. Dong Qian felt that his heart was more painful and tighter. His heart seemed to be tightly gripped by a pair of hands, making it difficult for him to breathe. He covered his heart and said in a particularly aggrieved tone, "Since you are not Xianxia, why are you doing this to me? Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor." He had admitted to what he had done to Xianxia. How could another person do this to him? He felt so wrong that he was about to cry. Xianxia asked, "Why can't I do this to you? Just like what you did to Xianxia. Why do you feel wronged when I do this?" Dong Qian, F***CKU, there's no way to communicate at all. Dong Qian gave up on communicating with him. He decided to fight for a chance of survival. Now that I've received my punishment, shouldn't I atone for my sins? Xianxia said vaguely, "Maybe, but little brother, I quite like you. I don't want you to like me." Dong Qian's face was ferocious, and his breathing was rapid. He was in pain. "Then what will it take for you to let me go?" Xianxia sighed faintly. "Death is not the end. When you die, you will see a new world." No, Dong Qian's heart was extremely resistant. He didn't want to see any new world. This meant that even if he died, he wouldn't be able to get rid of it. "Xianxia, young man, do you long for power?" Dong Qian? "Xianxia, young man, do you long for longevity?" Dong Qian? "Xianxia, young man, do you long for a new world?" Dong Qian was so angry that he laughed. He felt like he was in a pyramid scheme, but the problem was that in this case, he couldn't refuse. Dong Qian couldn't wait to go back to the past. He must not accept this order, let alone go in front of Xianxia. Not to mention in front of her, even staying in the same city was unsafe, but there were no ifs, and he couldn't go back to the past. So desperate, Dong Qian clutched his chest. His heart was beating very fast, as if it was going to jump out of his mouth. Dong Qian was flustered. His eyes were full of stars, followed by darkness. "Damn, I don't want to die. I don't want to see any new world." Dong Qian had realized that death was the most desperate thing, but his body was no longer under the control of his will. His body was already very weak. Under Ningshu's torture, he didn't do anything like whipping and torture. He just made him stay up late. It could be seen how destructive staying up late was. Dong Qian fainted in his room and was only discovered 2 days later. Since the accident, Dong Qian loved to stay in his room and didn't come out at all. The next morning, Dong Qian's father suddenly thought of Dong Qian and suddenly became angry. He only knows how to stay in the house all day. Look at what he has become. The housekeeper at home immediately called Dong Qian. After calling for a while, there was no response. She opened the door with the key. Dong Qian was lying on the ground, his body stiff. Dong Qian's father was stunned. He couldn't react to the fact that his son was gone just like that. He always felt that his son should be a scourge that lived for 1,000 years, but he died just like that. He was sad to see his son die before him. He was very regretful. If he had known, he would have educated his son well and not let him go down the wrong path. Now, he was gone at such a young age. They checked Dong Qian's body. The cause of death was myocarditis. Dong Qian's body was already very weak. This damn child. How could he ruin his own child like that? However, the dead couldn't be brought back to life. The living had to continue living. But just before the cremation, Dong Qian's body disappeared from the funeral parlor. The Dong family was stunned. The body was gone. There were even people who stole the body. Without the body and ashes, how were they going to bury it? Were they going to build a cenotaph like in ancient times? The police were more inclined to believe that Dong Qian's body was stolen for a marriage. Marriage, my ass. What kind of time was this? How could there be such superstitions? Where was the body? Dong Qian was raised by the Dong family with money and care. Now, his body was stolen for a marriage. It was too infuriating, too ridiculous. How dare they steal from the Dong family? According to the degree of superstition of those people, they shouldn't have thought that if they wanted to eat Dong Qian's incense, the Dong family would be rich. Ningshu left this world and left with Dong Qian's body. As for the original owner, Xianxia, she didn't care and didn't have to care at all. The dead soul entered the world of reincarnation. As for whether it became a pig or a dog in the next life, it had nothing to do with her. Life was given up by herself. No matter what happened, living well and taking care of oneself were more important than anything else. Ningshu's consciousness returned to her side. There was a corpse by the bed. She carried the corpse out of the room and threw it in the yard. Earthworm came out of the house and looked at the corpse without any surprise. He asked, "Did you eat a human today?" Ningshu shook her head. "It's not fresh. It's definitely not delicious. It had been displayed at home for more than a day and at the funeral parlor for a few days. How fresh could the meat be? No, when did human meat become their diet?" Ningshu released Dong Qian's soul. Dong Qian's soul looked much better than his body. Dong Qian's soul was quite strong. He opened his eyes and looked very confused. It was as if he had slept for a long time and had suddenly woken up. He didn't know what year it was. He subconsciously looked around and found that this was a very desolate place. Even the houses were very simple. What kind of ground was this? Dong Qian didn't feel any difficulty breathing. He was still wondering when his body had become so good. He looked down and saw a dusty corpse lying on the ground. Why does this corpse look so familiar? Oh, this is my own body. Ah, this is my own body. Dong Qian was stunned. Was he really dead? Did a dead person really have a soul? He hurriedly looked at the people beside him. There was a chubby little girl and a handsome man wearing a long robe that only the ancients would wear. What the hell was this place? Dong Qian was confused and helpless. Did he really come to a new world? Did that mean he was free of that terrifying demoness? He seemed to have become that little puppy again. Ningshu asked gently, "Little girl, what is this place?" Ningshu glanced at him. "Are you stupid? You're dead." Dong Qian, "Of course I know I brought the dog, but what I'm asking is, what is this place?" Ningshu said to Dong Qian, "Earthworm, help me deal with this corpse. Shave off the excess meat. Don't hurt the bones or leave any traces. Earthworm, then make a big steamer and steam the meat." "It won't hurt the bones," Earthworm said calmly. Dong Qian, his soul was on the verge of collapse. What were they talking about? Why couldn't he understand? But he felt that it was a very terrifying thing. Was he going to cook his body?
Cooked, F***ck. To be honest, when Dong Qian saw his body, he was very happy. Although his body was useless, he still wanted to live, didn't he, especially when he knew that he still had a soul. Would he be able to live if he returned to his body? But now, he heard that his body was going to be steamed, and his bones and flesh were going to be separated. What kind of bullshit was this? Dong Qian was so scared that his soul was trembling. He couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, "What are you going to do to my body?" Even though we're not related to each other, we don't have any grudges against each other either. How could you treat his corpse like this? Although they might not feel the pain, just hearing it was enough to make them feel the pain. Ningxu looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. If you don't use a simple method, do you want to use a razor to shave it bit by bit? That way, you can easily hurt the bones. You might even leave marks on the bones. That would not be perfect. Using a knife to shave it bit by bit sounded even more painful. Dong Qian asked blankly, "Why? Why do you want to dispose of the corpse?" Ningxu said to Dong Qian, "I said it before. You will definitely be a beautiful skeleton." Dong Qian was stunned. He looked at the chubby Ningxu. You are Shen Xiaodai?" Ningxu frowned. "You just reacted. I have made skeletons before. Those skeletons didn't have their own bodies. I could only find other skeletons. I thought that my own body would be more compatible, and the success rate would be higher." Dong Qian trembled. His whole person was like a little white flower destroyed by a storm. "Do you really want to turn me into a skeleton?" He didn't even have time to be curious about what was going on with this chubby girl before he was about to face a bleak life. Ningxu said with a face full of righteousness, "I never lie. I said before that you would be a beautiful skeleton. Zhu Jun and the others used other people's bodies, and you used your own body. The compatibility should be higher, and it might even be more perfect. The process should not be so painful." Dong Qian trembled more and more. The amount of information was too much. In one sentence, he was going to be finished. What was even more terrible was that it would be very painful. Earthworm sighed. He still had to get a big steamer to steam people. Ningxu saw that Dong Qian was trembling so badly, so he comforted him. "Only during the fusion will it be very painful. After that, you will reach the peak of life. Although you can't marry a beautiful woman, you can live for a long time." Dong Qian was very desperate. What the hell was going on? Why did he have to face such a thing and encounter such a thing? "I don't want it, I refuse." Becoming a skeleton, only she could do it. Dong Qian was an ordinary person. Becoming a skeleton was too challenging for his psychological endurance. "Dong Qian, can I not become a skeleton?" Ningxu shook his head. "No." Dong Qian was in despair. "Why?" "Ningxu, no reason. You don't want to be a human. You don't want to be a human. Didn't I ask you to be a human before?" "Dong Qian?" He immediately said, "I'm willing to be a human now. Give me a chance. I want to be a good person." Ningxu tilted his head. "You're dead now. You can't be a human anymore. I'm willing to be reincarnated." Since he had a soul, he could be a human again. Ningxu suddenly patted Dong Qian's soul. Dong Qian's soul was about to dissipate. Damn, it was like being hit by a hammer. Ningxu rolled his eyes. "What kind of daydream are you having?" Dong Qian was in despair. What kind of sin did he commit? Even his soul was enslaved. Earthworm couldn't wait any longer. "Okay, don't scare people." Dong Qian almost cried when he heard Earthworm's words. Finally, there was a good person. This person was so handsome. He was like a god. Earthworm said again, "Do you want to stew?" Dong Qian, Ningxu shook his head. "If you want to stew, you'll need a big pot. It's better to steam it." It was unknown where the Origin King had come from, but when he saw a corpse and a soul, he asked Ningxu, "Is this the human you found for me?" The Origin King looked at Ningxu with an expression that said, "You said no, but your body is honest." He asked, "What talent does this person have?" At this time, another person appeared and looked at him with a very picky gaze, asking about his talent. Talent? What kind of talent did a rich second generation need, as long as he knew how to spend money?
When Ningshu saw the Origin King, his first reaction was that this son of a bitch wanted to snatch the person from him. Who found this person for you? What are you thinking? Are you daydreaming? The Origin King completely regarded himself as the company's interviewer. He sat down, tidied up his clothes, and asked Dong Qian arrogantly, "What can you do?" Dong Qian? Although he didn't understand the current situation very well, Dong Qian was keenly aware that he seemed to be caught in a war between two big shots. Maybe he could fight for a chance to survive. He knew a lot of things. He knew piano, finance, management, and everything that a rich second generation should learn seriously. He learned them all. Of course, he also knew how to spend money and find fun. Various thoughts flashed through Dong Qian's mind. How could he make this man fall in love with him? But he couldn't guarantee that he would have a better life in this man's hands. Maybe it would be even more miserable than becoming a skeleton. Damn, what kind of terrifying azure battlefield was this? Dong Qian said, "I know management, finance." The Origin King narrowed his eyes and looked at him, making Dong Qian tremble. The Origin King, speak human language. Dong Qian? Am I not speaking human language? The Origin King, I asked you what you can do. Can you repair houses? Dong Qian was confused for a moment. The Dong family was a real estate company that repaired houses, but the problem was that he didn't know how to repair houses. The Origin King stared at him, and Dong Qian trembled. Just as he was about to speak, Ningshu raised his foot and stepped on Dong Qian's body. Dong Qian suddenly felt a lot of pain. Even if he couldn't feel it now, he still felt the pain. Ningshu looked at the Origin King. "What, you want to snatch the person from me?" The Origin King, "What snatch? Why did you bring a human back?" Ningshu, guess. The Origin King snorted, "You said that I enslaved humans before, but now you've brought a human back. Isn't that enslaving humans? You made me think that you were on the side of humans." Dong Qian shrank his soul and tried to reduce his presence. This kind of scene was not something he could intervene in. In the end, these big shots would just treat him like a fart and let him go. He was really flattered. He really couldn't stand these big shots fighting over him. "Please don't fight over me." Earthworm looked at the two of them bickering and asked, "Should we steam it or not?" Ningshu stomped on the corpse again, causing Dong Qian's face to twitch. "Steam? Why don't we steam?" "We have to steam." Earthworm walked over, grabbed the clothes, and dragged the corpse away. Dong Qian was scared out of his wits. He rushed in front of the earthworm and almost knelt down. "I beg you, don't cook my corpse." "No, my body." Earthworm looked at Dong Qian with clear eyes. Dong Qian was simply drunk. "You're so good-looking, yet you're grabbing a corpse and wanting to cook it. Do you know how perverted you are, brother?" The earthworm said. "Your corpse, no, your body is already smelly. You can't go back. Give up. Some things are irreversible." Although Dong Qian knew this in his heart, he still harbored a bit of hope in his heart. Moreover, although these people lived in desolate places, they seemed to be different from ordinary people. What kind of extraordinary power could allow him to return to his body? Live, or want to live? Now that he heard the other party say this, the disappointment in his heart could be imagined. Dong Qian had always looked very gentle. Although he said such shocking words with a calm expression, Dong Qian felt that he was unfathomable. He asked Earthworm, "Can't you do it?" "Earthworm, why should I do that? You're already dead. Why should I bring you back to life?" "Dong Qian, I'm actually speechless." Ningshu and the Origin King were still arguing. The Origin King felt very wronged, so much so that his voice became much louder. "You didn't allow me to find humans, but you actually found humans yourself. We're the same, why don't you allow it? I'm happy to keep a pet by my side. Then I'm also happy to give humans a chance to shine. I'll let them work for me and give them what they want." The Origin King snorted, stretched out his hand, and directly grabbed Dong Qian's soul. He pulled him in front of him and asked, "Do you want to be a pet or fight for your career?" "Dong Qian," he cursed in his heart. "What does this have to do with me, being forced to join the battlefield?" Dong Qian felt bitter in his heart. "It's too difficult for me." Ningshu stared at Dong Qian with his almond eyes, as if saying, "Be careful what you say, you know the consequences." Dong Qian trembled and said, "I don't know." Everyone's heart is different. Some people like pet creatures, have poop pickers to provide them with food and drink, and are responsible for pleasing them. Some people like to live a busy, fulfilling, and meaningful life. Pleasing both sides, the Origin King snorted. Humans are really slippery, thinking about how he would have to manage thousands of humans in the future, and how each of them was so slippery, it was really difficult. Thinking so, the Origin King's gaze towards Dong Qian became more and more unfriendly. Although he had never been friendly, this gaze still made Dong Qian curse in his heart. It's really too difficult for me. Ning Shu glanced at Dong Qian and the Origin King indifferently. He was too lazy to compete with the Origin King, but he was a little unwilling. He had just caught King human, but it turned out that he was a professional. According to Dong Qian's temperament, he might really support the Origin King's plan to capture humans from a small world to build the void. Dong Qian trembled even more violently. He was clearly pleasing both sides, but both sides were looking at him with murderous intent. For a moment, Ning Shu couldn't figure out if Su Kong wanted to change his appearance, change his voice and smile, change his clothes. Should he intervene or not? Should he help or just watch from the side? His head hurt, and people like Dong Qian. Ning Shu thought for a while. Regardless of the Origin King's matter, Dong Qian could not be in the Origin King's hands. To put it bluntly, the Origin King would definitely not be able to play with Dong Qian. He might even become a knife in Dong Qian's hand. She really looked down on the Origin King's IQ. Even her IQ was lower than his, yet he still wanted to control the huge human population? What kind of daydream was this? Did he think he was grand uncle? Ning Shu stretched out his hand. Give this person to me. If you want a human, go find one yourself. The Origin King did not really want to fall out with Ning Shu over a human soul, and there were some places where the Origin King really needed Ning Shu. He threw the soul into Ning Shu's hands. Dong Qian. Was this father a ball? Dong Qian was so angry that he was about to cry. He felt like he was a ball without any dignity, being snatched and kicked here and there, his dignity crushed. However, these people could kill him with just a flick of their fingers, so he really could not resist. He even shouted, Can't you show me some respect? Dong Qian was choked by fate and didn't dare to move. The Origin King, however, was very angry and accused Ning Shu. This is double standards. Double standards. How am I a double standard? Ning Shu asked angrily. The Origin King blabbered, Senior uncle is also enslaving humans, why don't you blabber? When I said I was looking for humans, I only asked them to work, I didn't ask them to go through fire and water, but you blabber and blabber that I enslaved them. Too much double standards. Ning Shu rolled his eyes, do you really think I'm a double standard? The Origin King said indifferently, is it not double standards? Ning Shu immediately said, I'm worried about my IQ. Do you know why I said that? It's because I can't control it. The Origin King snorted twice, how do you know I can't control it? I find humans to enslave them, and Senior Uncle finds humans to cooperate with them, right? How do you know which humans are content with being weak? How do you know that some humans don't yearn for great power? Why do you think they should stay in a small world and live a short and unquestionable life? Ning Shu sneered, I'm really worried about my IQ. Don't blabber with me. You always say I'm blocking your way. When did I stop you? If you want to do it, I'll drag your legs. The Origin King, you didn't stop me, but you're always singing bad praises for me. Dong Qian, who was the real father here, earthworm, steam or not? Ning Shu replied, steam, Dong Qian. Don't. Ning Shu said angrily, if I blabber about this again, I'll change my surname. The Origin King snorted, touched his nose, and asked Dong Qian, can you build a house? The Origin King still wanted to fight for this soul. He always felt that since it was brought back by Ning Shu, there would always be something that Ning Shu liked. To put it simply, snatching things was better. Dong Qian wanted to get rid of the fate of becoming a skeleton, but it seemed that he might not succeed. He wanted to say that he could build a house, but damn, he could manage a real estate company, but he didn't know how to burn bricks or make cement. As for steel and other things, he knew the general direction of the place, but he really couldn't get these things out. Dong Qian immediately said, I can help you find someone to repair the house. Ning Shu patted his head. Behave yourself. Dong Qian immediately felt as if his soul was being torn apart. He was almost scared out of his wits. For the Origin King, this was simply sending charcoal in snowy weather. Having encountered an oasis in the desert, he immediately said to Ningxu, "Give this person to me." "Ningxu, I'll give it to you if you call me dad." Dongqian, oh my god, why were they so provocative when they spoke? Why were they so confrontational? The Void King, Father, Dongqian. Following which, Dongqian felt his soul relax as it was sent into the hands of another person. Ningxu understood that he could not stop the Origin King, nor did he have the qualifications to stop him. If he really couldn't control it and suffered a backlash, that was his problem. Not long after, a white skeleton was brought to the courtyard by the earthworms. As for the meat, because it had been cooked for a long time, there was a foul smell. He dug a deep pit and buried it. Dongqian watched as his body turned into a skeleton. This feeling was really strange. It hurt so much. Ningxu looked at Dongqian, who had escaped a calamity, and said to Void King, "He is in soul form, and his soul is very fragile. If the wind in the void is a little stronger, his soul will be blown away." The Origin King shook Dongqian twice. He also felt that he was really too weak and could be crushed to death with a finger. The Origin King Ningxu asked, "What do you think we should do?" "Turn him into a skeleton, and then add merit to his body. This will make him very tough." Dongqian? So, in the end, this was still his fate. Then why did he fight so hard before? To fight the air with his wits and courage. "I don't want to become a skeleton, I'd rather be a soul than a skeleton." The Origin King asked, "If there is no merit to add to the body, will it be very fragile?" Ningxu, "Yes, it will be fractured in one hit." The Origin King? Dongqian? Dongqian couldn't wait to have his soul destroyed. The Origin King frowned. "So fragile? And what the hell is merit?" "I don't know what it is." "Where can I get it?" Ningxu shrugged her shoulders. She just wanted to turn Dongqian into a skeleton. As for whether there was any merit to it, she didn't care very much. Ningxu said, "If you really want merit, you can ask the Abyssal Prefect and the Little Demon. It's the world of reincarnation we went to last time. They have merit in their hands." The Origin King was not a young man who had just come out of the abyss. He said, "If I want it, they will give it to me?" Ningxu rolled her eyes at him. "Smash it with your energy body." If a rich man used money to smash people, the people who were smashed would definitely be very happy. And this kind of stupid rich man was very welcome. The Origin King. "My energy body wasn't blown here by the wind." Ningxu. "Wasn't it blown here by the wind?" These energy bodies, did they have to work hard to find one? They were all made by the creatures of the underground world. Now that they had obtained it, they were acting like they had worked hard to earn it. Well, the Origin King couldn't win against Ningxu, and he had stolen one of her people. At this time, he didn't dare to argue with Ningxu too much. Dongqian said in despair, "Can I become a skeleton and maintain this state?" If he really became a skeleton, Dongqian realized that he would be a skeleton for the rest of his life. If he was a soul, he might be able to reincarnate. If he wanted to attack, he could retreat and defend. I really want to be a human and give him a chance. Now that Dongqian was the Origin King's subordinate, Ningxu was too lazy to care and ran over to sort out the bones. The bones were smooth and not a bit of flesh was stuck to them. They were very good bones. Dongqian begged his new master, "Can I be a soul?" The Origin King disdained, "No, this is too weak. I don't want such a weak subordinate." Dongqian wanted to cry, but he also knew that he had no ability to resist. He could only stammer to Ningxu and ask, "Is there anything I need to pay attention to during this process?" Ningxu thought for a moment. "Does very, very painful count?" Dongqian's soul trembled twice. "I can endure." He couldn't. Ningxu, maybe your soul will scatter, and there will be rejection during the fusion. Or maybe your soul won't be able to endure and you will fail in the end. Dongqian's legs trembled. "Is the risk so high?" "I refuse, do you hear me, idiot?" Ningxu stared at Dongqian. "It's best to find a belief that allows you to persevere. After all, only a soul with deep obsession can persevere, and a soul with deep obsession may not necessarily succeed." Dongqian was already powerless to cry. His life was really too bitter. Dongqian had already cried out in his heart countless times, "Why me? There are so many people in this world, how can this kind of thing fall on my head? Dong Qian did not feel the beauty of this new world. What power! What longevity! It was not beautiful at all. Ningxu nodded and said, by the way, you will also lose your memories. The Origin King immediately said, how can he work for me without his memories? Damn it, he's as ignorant as I am. Okay, what's the use of having him? Dong Qian immediately sensed a glimmer of hope. Ningxu said, I will also lose my memories. Without my memories, how can I help, sir? Ningxu looked at Dong Qian coldly, are you questioning me? Dong Qian immediately shook his head, I'm not, I'm just worried that I won't be able to help, sir. His expression was particularly loyal. Origin King Ningxu asked, is there any other way? Ningxu stretched out his hand, I need to have strength to think of a way. The Origin King snorted, took out a small bag of energy bodies, and placed it in Ningxu's hand. Ningxu's expression was displeased, that's all. The Origin King also became angry, take it or leave it, if you don't want it, forget it. Dong Qian was very curious about what they were trading. Was this thing money? If these people cared about it, it must be something good. Ningxu put away the energy bodies and said, you can also maintain your soul state. The Origin King rolled his eyes, so weak, how can you maintain it? Ningxu nodded, the soul can also be strong and can be blessed with virtue. Dong Qian felt weak, but he was finally able to maintain his memories and not become a skeleton. Dong Qian's heart was particularly resistant to being a skeleton. He was a normal human being, and he could not accept becoming a skeleton. He did not want to live in such an ugly state. The Origin King touched his nose and asked again, then how can you strengthen your soul? Ningxu coughed and stretched out his hand. The Origin King was furious. This was robbing a burning house, he had never seen such a greedy person before. He could only tremble as he took out a bag of energy bodies. Even if he had a mountain of wealth, being moved by Ningxu bit by bit like a mouse made him feel as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He didn't feel good. Ningxu quickly took the bag from his hand, but the Origin King clutched the bag tightly. Ningxu had to pull it out of his hands twice before he could do so. What's there to deduct? This is a necessary expenditure. If you really succeed in the future, there will be mountains and seas of wealth flowing from your hands every day. Void King? His heart ached so much. Void King, what is it? Ningxu put away the bag. Fa Tian had food again. He didn't know when Fa Tian would wake up. Ningxu said, since his soul is weak, let's strengthen it and give him some soul energy. The Origin King suddenly sighed, isn't that simple? I'll just go to the Transmigration world and catch some souls for him to eat. Ningxu rolled her eyes at him. Go. Feed him more of this soul that is mixed with the 7 emotions and 6 desire soul poison. Then, he will become a soul that has no consciousness and will even go crazy. The Origin King suddenly became irritable, this won't do, that won't do, then what do you think we should do? Ningxu glanced at him sideways, this is your leadership ability. If you're so irritable, how can you manage your subordinates? The Origin King suddenly looked at Dong Qian, do I look that bad? Am I not a qualified leader? Dong Qian said with great difficulty, no, you are a qualified leader. How could this elementary school chicken be a qualified leader? He was even inferior to a rich second generation like him. The Origin King said to Ningxu, go on. Ningxu rolled his eyes so much that his pupils couldn't be seen. All that could be seen was the whites of his eyes, as if he was blind. Are you stupid? Since you don't have pure soul power, then carry the energy body to find pure soul power. Not only will there be pure soul power, but there will also be merit. The Origin King subconsciously asked, where can I find pure soul energy? Ningxu looked at him expressionlessly. The Origin King suddenly hammered his palm, Grand Uncle. Ningxu's requirements for the Origin King were very low. Seeing him finally react, a twisted gratification flashed across his face. The Origin King's face became awkward again. Ningxu didn't speak, so the Origin King finally said, I can't go by myself. Can you be the middleman? In the end, the Origin King was afraid that he would be cheated. Moreover, the Origin King felt a little inferior. He was just a dog, not even a small group. The other party was a big group, so he felt a little guilty.
in the end, he still had to rely on Ning Shu. Ning Shu chuckled, isn't that simple? Just throw in money. It's already so difficult for you to buy something. You want to sell your house in the future? Dream on. The Origin King consciously took out 2 bags of energy bodies. Ning Shu reluctantly accepted the money. There was no other way. He was now a poor man, and there were still people waiting to eat at home. Dong Qian's heart was filled with both joy and despair. He was walking on a road of no return, and it was a road with no end in sight. He didn't know what to do at all. He was very confused. However, Dong Qian was most afraid that he would die. These people were too ferocious, and he was too weak. These people seemed to be running around for his strength, which was great. If he was strong, he would have a little confidence. Earthworm, so, don't take the skeleton. Ning Shu waved his hand, no, just bury it. Finally, he was buried in peace. Dong Qian was moved to tears. Earthworm dragged the skeleton away expressionlessly, and then there were broken bones all the way, causing Dong Qian's eyebrows to twitch. It was indescribably strange and abnormal. Mother, I want to go home. I don't want to be here. The people here are so scary. Dong Qian was still mourning that he couldn't be buried completely, but in the next second, his consciousness became chaotic and he fell into a deep sleep. The Origin King put away Dong Qian's soul with a very disgusted expression, you're really too weak. I don't even dare to use too much force. Take the energy body and come with me to find Grand Uncle. After giving the money, the Origin King confidently ordered Ning Shu, wait a moment. Ning Shu came to Fation's room. There was the sound of chewing in the room. It was Xianxia eating. On the other hand, Heaven Punishing was still a whip. It had no thoughts and did not move at all. Ning Shu poured all the energy body he extorted from the Origin King on Fation, hoping that this energy was enough. Xianxia swallowed the food in her mouth and asked Ning Shu, when will he wake up? Ning Shu sighed, I don't know. She didn't know what was going on with Fation, nor did she know how long he would sleep. She didn't know what Fation had sacrificed. Xianxia's mouth was still stained with food. She asked Ning Shu with some uncertainty, then, he will wake up, right? From when he would wake up to when he would wake up, this was a big difference, and her expectations were greatly reduced. Ning Shu said with certainty, he will definitely wake up. Fation should know in his heart that he would not lose his life. All she could do was find more energy bodies so that he would have enough energy and attributes as soon as possible. Ning Shu bared his teeth, really wanting to rob the Origin King. The Origin King knocked on the door, are you done yet? Are you going back on your word? Do you have any spirit of contract? I paid for it. Ning Shu opened the door and said angrily, we will go sooner or later, what's the hurry? The Origin King said, pay attention to your service attitude, I paid for it. You paid for it, but I didn't sell it to you. Why do you care what I do? Now is not the time to serve you. The Origin King glanced at the room, he hasn't woken up yet. What's there to say about a whip like an idiot? Ning Shu said, I'm happy to do it. Why do you care what I do? The Origin King raised his hands, I don't care. Take me to get pure soul force. He emphasized the word pure. A primary school chicken like the Origin King would show whatever he was thinking on his face. It was nothing more than thinking that she was lying to him. Moreover, when he went to find that organization, he had a suspicious attitude and felt that he should not spend his money in vain. Before Ning Shu left, she said to the earthworm, Taoyin, she dragged out her voice, I want to eat the food you cook, wait for me to come back. The earthworm said expressionlessly, my hand just fiddled with the corpse. Ning Shu. Okay, I'll eat it later. By the way, did you fall behind in your cultivation? How is it going? Is it gas, liquid, solid, or form? The earthworm, what do you want to eat? Ning Shu, braised pork, 8 treasure duck, I want to lose weight, and a few vegetarian dishes. After sending off Ning Shu and the Origin King, the earthworm picked up the bones left behind like firewood, so as not to make the yard too gloomy. After all, stepping on someone's bones while walking out was something that would affect one's mood. The Origin King put on the posture of a business negotiation, but when he really arrived, he deflated like a punctured balloon. It was impossible to look for the Grand Uncle all over the world.
who knew where he was? Then, he would look for Sang Liang. They were in a state of being together. If he could find Sang Liang, he would be able to contact the grand uncle. Ning Shu swaggered into the city of law like a big shot and had to crawl into the consultation room like a crab. From the moment she entered the city of laws, she could feel that something was watching her, staring at her without hiding anything. Ning Shu allowed this gaze to stare at him. After entering the consultation room, Ning Shu sat on a chair. Seeing Su Wang standing there, he said, "Sit down and wait." After waiting for a while, Sang Liang did not come out. Ning Shu knocked his legs, not in a hurry at all. However, there was no tea. This service was too bad. Ning Shu took out an eyeball. This kind of fish eyeball was given to her by Dong Lan. She played with it in her hand out of boredom. As a result, she accidentally pinched it, and the gray-white thing inside splashed out and splashed on the ground. The air was filled with the smell of fish. Ning Shu directly threw the eyeball on the ground and then casually wiped the liquid on her hand on the wall. The Origin King made a sound of surprise, his expression disgusted. Obviously, he was a little disgusted. The bored Ning Shu took out another eyeball. This time, the Origin King stayed away from her. "What's wrong with you?" Ning Shu sighed and looked at him sympathetically. She didn't want to say anything to him. Just as the second eyeball was about to be pinched out, Sang Liang came out of the inner room with a book. He lifted the curtain and paused for a moment before coming out. He did not even look at the gray-white liquid on the ground and asked indifferently, "What do you want from me?" Ning Shu pinched the eyeball in her hand, and the gray-white liquid splashed out again. Sang Liang frowned, and there was some anger between his brows. Ning Shu wiped her hand on the wall again, leaving mottled marks on the wall. She said, "I suggest you put some paper in the room. Just like now, my hand is dirty, and I don't know where to wipe it." Sang Liang said, "I think you should bring paper with you." Ning Shu said casually, "There is no paper in the consultation room. It's your problem. You have to solve it." Sang Liang was too lazy to look at Ning Shu, who had no quality and bad conduct. He flipped through the book and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Ning Shu said to the Origin King, "I've called the person for you. If you have something to say it yourself." The Origin King coughed and was a little nervous. Even his ears were red. "Do you have pure soul power?" "I want to buy it." The louder he was, the more it felt like he was bluffing. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. Dragging this brat out was simply embarrassing her. Sang Liang was very calm and asked, "What do you want this for?" The Origin King did not want to reveal his business secrets. He straightened his neck and said, "I'm just asking if you have it or not." "Why are you asking so many questions? Just tell me, are you selling it or not?" Sang Liang, "Not selling." The Origin King was suddenly stuck. Were all sellers so arrogant these days? He did not ask you to gently call me a kiss, but don't be so straightforward. How am I supposed to respond to that? You're making me embarrassed. Damn it. Ning Shu took out a grayish-white fish eyeball. The eyeball had been left there for a long time, so the smell was a little strong. She also took out the eyeball that was in the room earlier. After a while, the entire consultation room was filled with the smell of fish and decay. Sang Liang glanced at her and asked the Origin King, "What do you want to do with this thing?" "I need to know its use. If you use it elsewhere, it will cause an imbalance between the world of life and the world of reincarnation." The Origin King said directly, "I have a weak soul. I need this thing." Although that soul was really weak, he could not tell outsiders. Otherwise, others would think that his subordinates were weak. Sang Liang did not speak, but the Origin King asked directly, "Are you selling it?" The Origin King took out a small bag of energy and threw it on the table with a clang. "This is an energy body." The Origin King probably enjoyed the feeling of throwing money. Sang Liang glanced at it and said expressionlessly, "This energy body is not what we want." The Origin King probably did not expect that his trick, which had always worked, would fail and asked irritably, "Then what do you want?" Sang Liang, "You don't have what I want, and some people don't want to give it." The Origin King. Speak human language. One was buying something, the other was selling something. What was the point of making it so complicated? What kind of trick was this? Ning Shu looked at Sang Liang dumbfounded. What did you say? I want you. Was this blatant unspoken rule? Ning Shu looked at Sang Liang speechlessly and said, You're still a child. You won't even let go of a child, you're so naughty. Sang Liang was too lazy to pay attention to her, not even giving her a single glance. Ning Shu smacked his lips. Sang Liang's behavior was wrong. How could he do business with the unspoken rules? The Origin King felt that something was wrong, but for the sake of his career, he still asked Sang Liang, What do you want to trade? He didn't want his energy body, but he didn't seem to have anything valuable on him. He was really so poor that he only had his energy body. He was really a poor man. Sang Liang, we only want initial energy. The Origin King looked blank. What the hell is that? I've never heard of it or seen it before. Ning Shu said to the Origin King, You don't have what they want, let's go. Sang Liang was not angry at all and instead felt a little benevolent. We'll trade again when you have the time. Ning Shu left the consultation room with the dizzy Origin King and walked down the street. The Origin King asked Ning Shu, What is he talking about? Ning Shu did not hide anything, the energy at the beginning of a plane's formation. The Origin King was dumbfounded. Where am I supposed to find such a damn thing? He even suspected that the other party did not want to trade and instead came up with such an inexplicable thing. Ning Shu shrugged and said to the Origin King, This kind of thing is really not easy to find. Its energy obtained at the beginning of a plane's formation, and its state is unknown. Your current mentality and ability are actually that of a cub. Do you want to play in the mud for a few more years and have a good childhood? Ning Shu sincerely minded. The lifespan of void creatures was very long, so why was he in such a hurry? If the Origin King really wanted to work for this career, he would have to work for who knows how many years. TSK. For the lazy Ning Shu, this was a very scary thing. If he had to work for a lifetime, what was wrong with playing for a while? The Origin King was just about to refute when Ning Shu said again, I'm not asking you to play, but to learn. Don't let yourself be so ignorant that you don't know what others are saying. The Origin King looked at Ning Shu and found that there was no mockery on her face. He also felt that he had been too ignorant. However, he would never admit it. Do you think I'm ignorant? Ning Shu asked, What do you think? Void King, I think it's okay. Ning Shu wanted to buy some desserts. After all, it wasn't easy for earthworms to make desserts. They didn't have the materials and skills. However, without merit, he was poor. When Ning Shu arrived at the restaurant of the Xianxia man, the waiter came up to greet Ning Shu. Ning Shu asked, Apart from using merit to pay, what else can your restaurant use? The waiter's smile was very polite and official. Sir, we only accept merit. The Origin King had failed to throw money at them before, so he was quite displeased. He took out a small bag and slammed it on the table. This thing is 10,000 times better than your merit points. Energy bodies were good things, but some people didn't know what they were. Moreover, this kind of thing was not circulated among mission enforcers and organizations. The waiter opened the money bag and saw the colorful stones inside. He didn't know what to say and could only politely send the two out. The Origin King, what the hell is this place? I have money, but I can't spend it. What the hell? The Origin King was very irritable and slammed his fist on the table. He wanted to fight. Don't move, the currency is not circulated. Let's go. In other people's territory, they had to use their currency. Without money, they couldn't even eat desserts and cakes. Forget it, she wanted to lose weight. Desserts and cakes were too high in calories. She would get fat if she ate them. The Origin King, who had gained nothing, was expressionless. Ning Shu didn't care. Young people just needed to suffer more setbacks. In the future, the Origin King would encounter this kind of thing many times. Although it was poisonous chicken soup, it was indeed the truth. The Origin King stretched out his hand. Give me back my energy body. Ning Shu looked at him from the corner of his eyes. The Origin King, you didn't even succeed. Why are you charging? Ning Shu said, That's the middleman fee, alright? I did set up a contact for you and helped you get in touch with him. But when it comes to transactions, it's a matter of mutual consent. Now you want to take back the middleman fee? Do you think that's ethical? The Origin King, I don't care, I don't listen, Ning Shu. Can you be more mature? It was very childish to pester endlessly. Ning Shu said coldly, it's not like there's only one place to do business. If this one doesn't work, we can change to another. The Origin King immediately said, what you said is very reasonable. I think so too. So which one should we go to next? Ning Shu snorted, his face showing obvious disdain. Let's find someone with merit and soul power, such as His Excellency, such as Little Demon. The Origin King, then let's go now. Ning Shu found the location of the space node marked last time, then tore open the bit wall and entered the world of reincarnation. Seeing Ning Shu, His Excellency's pale face showed very obvious emotions. Dissatisfaction, unhappiness, and disgust. Anyone would be pissed to death if their home was so casually entered and left so casually. Ning Shu also felt that he had gone a bit too far. He should have made an appointment to give some face to his partner, so he took the Origin King out of the world of reincarnation and then sent a message to His Excellency. An old friend is here to visit. Are you free? His Excellency, he almost laughed out of anger. What was the difference between this and knocking on the door after entering the house, His Excellency? Yes. Only then did Ning Shu tear open the space wall and enter. His Excellency didn't like Ning Shu, he didn't like him when he was still a rookie, and he still didn't like him now. Ning Shu didn't care about His Excellency's attitude at all. He said to His Excellency, I brought you a business deal. You can talk about it. His Excellency didn't comment. He played with a red flower in his hand. His snow-white fingers made the flower look like it was about to drip blood. He said coldly, what business? The Origin King took out another money bag. It's full of energy. His Excellency's figure straightened slightly. He glanced at the bag and asked coldly, what do you want? The Origin King said directly, I want pure soul power and merit. His Excellency just shook his head. No. Ning Shu. No, my ass. His Excellency had hundreds of millions of skeletons, and these skeletons all needed merit to increase their strength. As for pure soul power, maybe there was, maybe there wasn't, but he had a lot of unpurified soul power in his hands. With Dong Qian's fragile soul, he might be able to hold on for a while with a little impure soul power, but after all, it was polluted. Pollution was easy to cure, but it was difficult to restore it. The soul poison couldn't be removed at all, unless one jumped into the reincarnation pool. When the soul poison was removed, one's soul power would also be scraped away, and one's soul would become much thinner. Hearing His Excellency say no, the Phantom King was a little confused and angry. Why are these damn places so poor? There's nothing here? His Excellency glanced at him. This idiot, Ning Shu didn't force His Excellency. She wouldn't be angry if the business didn't succeed. After all, it wasn't her business. Ning Shu asked, you don't have it? Then I'll ask him. Ning Shu was talking about the little devil. The little devil was now the Lord of Samsara. Even if she couldn't establish a relationship with the Grand Elder, she should have some resources with His Excellency behind her. His Excellency glanced at Ning Shu and felt that she was a terrible relative, lying on the little devil's body and sucking her blood. Ning Shu? His Excellency's gaze was too obvious. Ning Shu couldn't pretend not to see it. His feelings were too strong, and his condemnation was too obvious. F***ck, he was looking for the little devil to buy something, not rob her. What was His Excellency doing? Why was he so guarded against her? Ning Shu was a little confused. It was you who took the little devil away. Why couldn't I see her once a year? Did she do something outrageous or unforgivable? Ning Shu was also very unhappy. She felt that she had been insulted, so she said directly, what do you mean? I'm looking for him to introduce business to him. I'm exchanging things with him, not robbing him. If you don't want to do business with us, then I'll find someone else. You're so unreasonable, so ruthless, and so inhumane. I'm really disappointed in you. His Excellency's eyebrows twitched when he heard Ning Shu's bitchy words. He restrained the emotions on his face and eyes and said coldly, I don't have the pure soul power you want, but I have a little merit. His Excellency said with some disdain, what's the use of just merit? Ning Shu said, it's useful. How can it be useless? At least he could get some dessert. Ningshu said to the Void King, then you can exchange for some merit points. Merit points are also useful to the soul. The Void King was unwilling, and he had not succeeded even once. It was quite troublesome. Exchanging an energy spirit body for merit, to be honest, was a loss, but there was no other way. The Origin King needed it. Next, it was time to discuss the method of exchange. Ningshu would not let the Origin King suffer a loss, as even an abyssal prefect should know about energy forms. Generally speaking, the lower echelons of an organization wouldn't be privy to such information, but an abyssal prefect should be privy to such information. 1 energy body for 100 merit points. The abyssal prefect glanced at Ningshu. What are you thinking? You're so fat, yet you're dreaming. Kong, she's always making personal attacks. It's really frustrating to work with someone like her, Ningshu coldly said. Not only am I beautiful, but I'm also beautiful. The abyssal prefect said, 1 energy form can provide 20 merit points. Ningshu chuckled. You're really old and ugly. Dream on. The Void King who couldn't get a word in edgewise? Do you have to attack like this when doing business? In a quarrel, whoever won would benefit. The abyssal prefect snorted. Then I won't trade. If you don't want to trade, then don't. I'll find someone else to trade with and give you the energy of the void. Abyssal prefect, you're a life form born in a small world. Although you're much stronger than the life forms of a small world, compared to the life forms of a small world, you're still a bit weaker. If you absorb a bit of the void's energy, you'll be able to improve your physique. If I give you an opportunity, you can treat me as a poor relative. In terms of physical strength, I can beat you to the ground, but in terms of behavior, I'm willing to cooperate with you. Who do you think you're mocking? Ningshu ground his teeth, his eyes looking at the abyssal prefect more and more unfriendly. It was as if he didn't want to trade with the abyssal prefect anymore and only wanted to fight with him. The abyssal prefect was afraid of Ningshu, so of course he wasn't. His expression didn't change as he said, some people break into other people's homes like bandits and still expect others to treat them well. Ningshu's face was full of curiosity. One day, you can actually use the word bandits to describe others. I always thought that this word belonged to you guys. Ningshu tilted his head, as if he was reminiscing about the past. Back then, you broke into my world of samsara and took away the master of samsara. Now you're calling me a bandit? We're the same. The abyssal prefect chuckled. So, you're here for revenge. Ningshu made a sound of surprise. You're too narrow-minded. How can I possibly take revenge? I'm just returning home in glory, to show off. After all, at that time she was very weak. She was the one who handed the little demon to the abyssal prefect. It was a matter of her strength. She didn't hate the abyssal prefect. The situation forced her. The abyssal prefect looked at the complacent Ningshu and clicked his tongue. You're so arrogant now. Ningshu shrugged. Why can't I be arrogant? If I could press you to the ground and bow to you, then there would be a problem. Ningshu, 1 energy body is worth 80 merit points. The abyssal prefect, 30. Ningshu, 90. The abyssal prefect, 20. Dongqian? What are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand at all? Ningshu, 100. The abyssal prefect, 10. Ningshu, since we can't reach an agreement, then let's not do business. Let's go. Ningshu said to the abyssal prefect. The abyssal prefect, I don't really understand your grudges. Ningshu tore open the bitwall and left the world of samsara. The abyssal prefect didn't stop him. The abyssal prefect casually opened the chat interface. It was a message from the main system. The abyssal prefect glanced at it and then closed the chat interface. His eyelashes drooped slightly, as if he was thinking or taking a nap. He put his fingers on his knees and tapped rhythmically. After leaving the world of samsara, the abyssal prefect said unhappily, whatever grudges you have, it's none of my business. Why do you use my business to mess around? Ningshu explained carefully, he has no intention of cooperating with us, no, with you, so there's no need to talk about it. The abyssal prefect was stunned for a moment. How do you know? Ningshu explained again, the first person we met and the person we're meeting now have cooperation between them. They're in the same boat. Sang Liang must have informed the Abyssal Prefect. The Abyssal Prefect was surprised, since you know, why are you still here? Ning Shu, there's no loss in this trip. If you can get it, you'll make a profit. If you can't, it also proves something. Anyway, you won't lose anything. The Abyssal Prefect looked at Ning Shu speechlessly. Then where are we going next? Ning Shu, we have to shop around. The Abyssal Prefect, this is the second shop. Is there a third? Ning Shu, of course there is, but it depends on your luck. Call me Dad. The Abyssal Prefect, Dad. In the end, what else could he do? He could only worry for her like a father. Ning Shu, don't move around here, I'll go buy some oranges. Ning Shu found the spatial node and directly found the world of reincarnation and entered it. She checked the world of reincarnation and found that there were a lot of them. Some of them had already taken shape, but some were empty. Some of them had souls. Little Fiend still managed these world of reincarnation very well. Void King asked, are you looking for the other one? Yes. The last time she came, she left a mark and could directly find Little Fiend. Void King thought about it and said, I feel that their relationship is better. Ning Shu turned around and left, then let's go back. Void King immediately pulled Ning Shu and said, since you're already here, why are you leaving? When Ning Shu and Little Fiend entered the world of reincarnation, the skeletons in the world of reincarnation felt that someone had invaded. A group of skeletons surrounded Ning Shu and Little Fiend. They held weapons in their hands. These weapons looked sharp and were much better than the weapons that Ning Shu gave them. Ning Shu looked at these skeletons. His eyes were dazzled and he really couldn't recognize them. It felt like they were all the same. Intruder, please leave. The skeleton threatened. Ning Shu hurriedly raised his hands and surrendered, I'm here to find someone, not to invade your world. You have to believe me. These skeletons didn't believe Ning Shu. Ning Shu asked, is Zhu Jun here? He's not here. He's in another world of reincarnation. Who are you? The skeleton asked. There wasn't a single familiar face. It was really drunk. Ning Shu said, then inform your leader that Ning Shu is here to visit. She no longer had the right to use this world. She couldn't feel the connection between her and this world. It didn't belong to her at all. In this world of reincarnation, she had also fed him with things. Bit by bit, she had put in a lot of hard work and raised this peerless martial art. She was like an old mother who had put in a lot of hard work. Forget it, I'll just treat it as property for the little demon. In a sense, the little devil was also her junior. She didn't need it in the world of samsara, and she needed to spend time managing it. She should give it to the little devil and let it fulfill its responsibilities. Ning Shu directly sat down. He was a little tired. He said to the vigilant skeletons, you guys, quickly go and inform him. If you don't, I will continue to wait here until he returns. Skeleton was very angry. He wanted to expel Ning Shu directly, but he also knew that he might not be able to defeat her. She could tear open the bit wall directly, but they couldn't. This was the difference in strength. A few skeletons left. The remaining skeletons were all monitoring Ning Shu, fearing that the two of them would cause trouble in the world of reincarnation. Ning Shu felt gratified when he saw these skeletons doing their job. The Origin King looked at these golden skeletons. To a certain extent, they were quite beautiful. You want to turn that soul into a skeleton like this? The Origin King was a little tempted, wanting to turn his first subordinate into a skeleton like this, with self-awareness and some strength. This was the kind of subordinate Dong Qian wanted. The Origin King said directly, how about we directly turn him into a skeleton? He didn't have a finished product before. Now that he saw the finished product, he was quite tempted. In fact, skeletons were not bad. Ning Shu said coldly, it's also possible, but these skeletons have no memories of their lives. They are all souls with deep obsession. Like that soul, it may not be able to withstand the pain of fusion. The Origin King touched his chin and said, why do we have to make skeletons ourselves? Why don't we just trade skeletons? What do you think? Don't be a producer of skeletons. Since there were people who could produce skeletons, why should they do something they weren't good at? Ning Shu looked at the Origin King with a little gratification. At least he had this awareness. But His Excellency and the little devil might not agree to trade skeletons. Skeletons made up the army of the world of reincarnation. If they were casually traded, it was likely to cause unrest in the army. These skeletons were all intelligent, and they were all souls with deep obsession. They had experienced a lot in their lives. Being traded like this was absolutely unbearable. Their loyalty would be greatly reduced. After all, there was no need to be loyal to people who would sell them at any time. Although His Excellency and the little devil had the ability to suppress these skeletons, there was no need to cause so much trouble for a little profit. Hearing Ning Shu's affirmation, the Origin King was a little proud. Then I will buy the skeletons directly. As for the soul, I will return it. No need to thank me. Ning Shu chuckled. When the time came, reality would teach him a lesson. Ning Shu chatted with these skeletons. They talked about the world of reincarnation, such as the monsters formed by soul poison and so on. These skeletons answered carefully. When it came to confidential matters, they would keep quiet. The Origin King, who was listening to their conversation, asked Ning Shu, I feel very familiar with this place. Not only this place, but also the Grand Uncle organization. Ning Shu sighed, I actually had a lot of merits in my previous account. There are merits? Ning Shu said, unfortunately, my previous account has been cancelled by the organization. As for the things in the account, naturally, they are the organization's. She was dead, so the organization would definitely delete this person's information. It was a pity that the merits in her previous account were gone. When she didn't need them, she didn't feel anything. But when she needed them, she felt her heart ache. No, she had to get them back. She had to get back the merits in her account. Those were her things. The merits she got back could be exchanged with the Origin King for energy bodies, and the energy bodies could be used by Fation. The more Ning Shu thought about it, the more tempted she was. Those merits were earned by herself. She either bought them or traded them. She couldn't let them keep her merits. This was equivalent to her own death. Could the bank keep the money? Now that she was alive, she had to get it back. The leader is not here. She went to other places and can't be contacted for the time being. Come back later. The skeleton came back and said directly to Ning Shu. The skeletons present were nervous, on guard against Ning Shu's sudden anger. Ning Shu stood up, patted the sand on her butt, and said slowly, then I'll come back next time. Remember to tell her that I've been here. It should be true that they couldn't contact her. If they could, the little devil would come over. This little bit of affection was still there. Ning Shu left the world of reincarnation with the Origin King. The Origin King was in a bad mood. After running around for so long, I don't even know what the merits look like. Ning Shu said, you'll know soon. We visited all 3 places. Is there anything else to visit? Ning Shu said, there was something wrong with my brain. Speaking of merits, any task taker with a little strength has them. Not to mention powerful mission enforcers, people like the auctioneer and acquaintances in the army all had merit points. She didn't have to look for the government for this kind of thing. She could also look for individual investors. Besides, she had to get back the merit points in her account. She couldn't let the organization take advantage of her. Origin King glanced at Ning Shu and didn't say anything to dampen their morale. She was helping him. She was usually lazy, so he should let her help him a little longer. Origin King, then where are we going now? Origin King couldn't help but sigh. Origin King couldn't help but sigh. Ning Shu entered the consultation room. The first thing he did was to take out a fisheye and play with it in his hand. Origin King sat next to Ning Shu. Even if he disliked Ning Shu, he wouldn't show it. They were now in the same boat. He couldn't let others know that they had internal conflicts. After waiting for a while, he still hadn't come out. Ning Shu pinched a fisheye and took out another one. After a while, Xianxia came out of the room and looked at Ning Shu impatiently. Ning Shu took a piece of tissue and wiped his hands. After saying that, there was finally tissue in the consultation room. Xianxia said directly, unless you give us what we want, we won't make this deal. Ning Shu, I'm not here to do business. I'm here to ask for something. Give me back the merit points in my previous account, Ningxu said straightforwardly. Sang Liang, the organization has the right to explain. He only knew that this was the reason. All the right to explain was in the hands of the organizers. Ningxu, you have to be clear. Those things weren't given to me by the organization, but by me. Do you understand? It wasn't a bonus or anything. It belonged to him. Sang Liang, your account has been cancelled. Your account and everything else belong to the organization. Do you think it's reasonable for you to ask for this? Ningxu blinked. Why is it unreasonable? I want my things back. How is that reasonable? Why do you have to talk about reason with me? But in this case, are you in the right? I can't be bothered to reason with you. Speaking of which, I'm very restless right now. I really want to fight. If you don't want to, then let's fight. Who would reason with him? Are you going to give it to me or not? Ningxu slammed the table. He didn't know what material the table was made of, but Ningxu's hand didn't even budge. Instead, it hurt a little. Sang Liang looked at Ningxu coldly. Are you looking for trouble? Ningxu, *T, I'm here for the money. Pay me back. If you don't pay me back, I'll keep pestering you. Sang Liang was expressionless. Then I'll pester you. Ningxu jumped directly onto Sang Liang's back. His hands tightly wrapped around Sang Liang's neck and his legs clamped around Sang Liang's waist. However, his legs were too short to clamp down. Sang Liang's expression became very terrifying. He said in a low voice, "Get down." I won't. I've said it before. I'm going to pester you all the time. Unless you return the merit points on my account to me, I'll be on your back for the rest of my life. Do you believe me when I say that? Ningxu threatened very seriously. With a person on Sang Liang's back, he wanted to see if he could run around. Sang Liang, do you want to die? Then kill me. As long as I don't die, I'll grow on your back. I want to go to the toilet. You know, I'm not in a spirit state anymore. I have physiological needs. Sang Liang's expression was very distorted. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't look like a noble at all. He probably didn't expect Ningxu to be so shameless. Playing with the fishy and disgusting fish eyeballs wasn't even her limit. Sang Liang tried to pull at the arm around his neck, but Ningxu held it tightly. Who knew when Ningxu would strangle Sang Liang's throat? Sang Liang was so angry that his whole body was trembling. The book in his hand flew up, and pages flew out one by one. Ningxu attacked. A golden dragon coiled around Ningxu, blocking the page's attack. Ding ding dang 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 sounds could be heard. Ningxu's skin was bleeding, but it was still within the range that he could endure. What was the point of fighting? It was more interesting this way. One day, he would climb onto Sang Liang's back. Ningxu tightened his arm and tightly strangled Sang Liang's neck. It's best not to get too agitated. If I'm not careful, I might cause problems to your neck and your head might turn. Origin King, F***ck, in this situation, he really couldn't do anything. He really didn't know what to do. Should he persuade Ningxu to get off this person's back, or persuade this person to give the thing to Ningxu? She was being completely unreasonable. Was Sang Liang that kind of person? Of course not. The pages attacked Ningxu, but Ningxu remained motionless. She took a deep breath. Sure enough, there's a smell. Sang Liang's whole body stiffened like a stone. An attractive smell of money. What smell of money? This was the smell of money. Sang Liang, get off. This is my last warning. Think carefully about the consequences. Ningxu whimpered. I'm not getting off. This is the most glorious moment of my life. I should record it. Unfortunately, I don't have a camera to record it. The next time he went to the pocket world, he would buy a camera and record the beautiful moments of his life. Sang Liang's body trembled slightly. He was obviously angered by Ningxu. His face was like the bottom of a pot, and even his silver hair was a little messy. He was panting heavily. Ningxu said, "You will encounter anything in life. You must treat it with a normal heart." Origin King,
we are here to do business. After such a thing happened, Origin King could guarantee that this person wouldn't want to see Ningxu again. Sang Liang calmed down after a while and called Senior Uncle over. Ningxu looked at the chat interface and said directly, even if you call him over, I won't let go. Sang Liang said indifferently, it doesn't matter if you don't let go. Just chop off his hand. Ningxu shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. If you chop it off, it can still grow back. But if you can ride on my body, there won't be a next time in this life. Even if I die under a peony, it's still romantic. It's worth it. After waiting for a while, Senior Uncle didn't come. Sang Liang's face became even darker. Senior Uncle probably hadn't woken up yet. Sang Liang's burden as an idol was still very heavy. He stayed in the consultation room and didn't go anywhere. He closed the door of the consultation room and stopped business. If someone came in at this time and saw such a high-energy scene, it would be quite wonderful. Although many people didn't know that Sang Liang was the main system, it didn't mean that Sang Liang didn't have self-esteem. As the main system's self-esteem and image. To put it simply, Sang Liang wanted face, and he wanted face very much. The scene was very awkward and dull. The Origin King was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. Should he leave or stay here? The Origin King suddenly felt as if his heart was about to break. Having an insensible brat at home really made him worry too much, and it wasn't a normal kind of worry. He was forced to grow up overnight. Sang Liang said indifferently, let go, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Ningxu sighed. What's the use of saying this to me? Threats are useless. You might as well just return the merit on my account to me. Ningxu smacked her lips again and said, Uncle Main System, I want to eat dessert. Let's go buy dessert. Sang Liang ignored her and gave her a chuckle. Ningxu was not angry. Is a little merit more important than the image of the main system? If I shout molestation now, I don't know how many people will come to watch the fun. Sang Liang. Molestation? His voice was full of ridicule. Not to mention that she was a little girl, with her appearance, who would molest her. What kind of illusion was this? Ningxu sighed. I forgot that I'm still a child now, not a beautiful girl like before. But I said, someone is throwing money, so someone will definitely come. The Origin King wanted to say, don't go too far. Are they here to do business or to make enemies? If the Origin King was treated like this, he would be in the mood to kill this brat. He was really too sensible, and this little girl was too insensible. Ningxu said, why hasn't Grand Uncle come yet? He doesn't care whether you are partners or not. I've always been curious. Why are you so loyal to Grand Uncle? What kind of feelings do you have to put yourself in Grand Uncle's shoes and worry about Grand Uncle's worries? Sang Liang's body trembled slightly. Obviously, he was not used to people being so close. Disgust and rejection overflowed between his eyebrows. What does this have to do with you? Ningxu, it has nothing to do with you, but it affects my gossip. I've always suspected that there is some kind of relationship between you two. The Origin King asked humbly, what does relationship mean? Sang Liang's expression was cold and murderous. Don't use dirty thoughts to guess things. Ningxu clicked his tongue and said, it's not like we're going to tell them. If they see us, they might think too much. Don't tell me that we're not allowed to think about it. Ningxu hugged Sang Liang's neck tightly and climbed up a little, making Sang Liang's face even darker. When the three of them stopped talking, there was a suffocating silence and awkwardness in the consultation room. Sang Liang's aura could have asked others for help, but he didn't have the awareness to do so. Obviously, he didn't want others to see him like this. Was it because he didn't trust him or simply didn't want others to see him in such a sorry state? Sang Liang had already sent a message to the Grand Uncle, but he still hadn't come over. He didn't know what was going on. Ha ha ha, Ningxu said, if he doesn't come to find me, you can go find him. Why are you wasting your time here? Give me back my merit points. Sang Liang stood motionless, as if he hadn't heard Ningxu's words. Ningxu didn't care either. He leaned his head on Sang Liang's shoulder, yawned, and began to close his eyes to rest. The Origin King didn't know whether to leave or stay. He felt that a woman like Ningxu was simply filthy when it came to asking for money. If he owed her money, would she do the same to him? However, the
the Origin King felt that at this level, he couldn't do anything to him at all. He could stay as long as he wanted, therefore, the Origin King didn't understand why Sang Liang was so stubborn now. He wanted both face and money. Sang Liang gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to drool, I'll pull out your teeth one by one and sew your mouth shut." Ningxu laughed indifferently. "This angry and emotional appearance is more like a person. In the past, you always acted like a banished immortal and did the most black-hearted things. I think you're much cuter now." Ningxu had a lot of time to waste with him anyway, but Sang Liang was different. With someone hanging on him, it must be uncomfortable as if he had thorns growing on his body. And for some reason, the granduncle hadn't come yet. Ningxu guessed that the granduncle might really be sleeping. If he was awake and saw the news, even if he had something on hand, he would have come after finishing it. Sang Liang was really unlucky to have such a calamity. "Ningxu, I'm a little hungry, I want to eat something." Before leaving, he had asked Earthworm to make some braised pork. He really missed it. Sang Liang didn't speak, and neither did the Origin King. Only Ningxu spoke. Ningxu said to Sang Liang again, "You should save yourself. The granduncle obviously has no time to take care of you now." Sang Liang also had things that were tied down, such as his image and face. In fact, he could have called people over, or even the army, but he didn't. It was probably because the main system wanted to maintain the image of pressure, coldness, and absolute authority. If someone climbed on top of it, it would be too disillusioned, life was not satisfactory, and there were a lot of shackles on one's body. For example, the granduncle and Sang Liang each had their own shackles. Sang Liang said calmly, "Ningxu, what gave you the courage to do such a thing?" "Ningxu, of course it's because I'm beautiful and cute. What I want is just a little merit." Ningxu said, "That's right. I won't give you any merit at all. Not even $100. Sang Liang was used to only taking in and not taking out. Even at this time, he was still stubbornly holding on. At this point, it was no longer a matter of merit. Ningxu just wanted to make a big deal out of it, no matter what method he used. "Ningxu, don't talk, I'm going to sleep for a while." With that, he really closed his eyes, and even his breathing calmed down a little. A golden aura wrapped around Ningxu's body. Ningxu stopped talking, and Sang Liang focused his eyes on the Origin King. The Origin King felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by his owl-like eyes and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "What are you looking at me for? I'm just a follower." Before she did something, she didn't even discuss it with me. Sang Liang took a deep breath, suppressed the violence in his heart, and asked the Origin King, "You created an army of souls?" The Origin King glanced at Ningxu, who was sleeping on Sang Liang's shoulder, and couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. She slept just like that, making him face such an awkward situation. What kind of animal behavior was this? Ningxu was not really asleep, but leaning on Sang Liang, she found that there was a special kind of energy fluctuation on Sang Liang's body that radiated to her body, making her feel very comfortable. Even the energy running in her body was a little faster. What kind of physique did Sang Liang have? If Sang Liang was a void creature, then what was his true form? Void creatures had their own special racial talents, so he was a little curious about Sang Liang's racial talent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ningxu sped up his cultivation. Senior uncle would definitely come, sooner or later. He had to rest well for the battle. Hopefully, senior uncle would come later. She just jumped on Sang Liang's back on a whim and didn't expect there to be an unexpected gain. Sang Liang looked at the Origin King, who decided to hide the trade secrets. Fun. Sang Liang suddenly looked at him like he was an idiot. The Origin King felt insulted, but he had nothing to say. At this time, Sang Liang calmed down and asked for the information he wanted. "Sang Liang, I originally wanted to make a deal with you, but you're so insincere when doing business. What's the point?" Ningxu sneered in his heart. He bought a fish and asked how it was cooked, braised or steamed. If he didn't say it, he was insincere. So, he didn't want to sell. Obviously, the Origin King couldn't detect the logic problem. He was a little hesitant about whether to say it or not. He glanced at Ningxu, whose eyes were closed. It was really infuriating. If he were to face such a situation, he would not be able to handle it. Just as the Origin King was hesitating, a cold wind appeared in the consultation room. It was cold and had an almost indiscernible smell of decay, like damp wood. Ningxu, who was knocking his head on Sang Liang's shoulder, opened his eyes and looked at the person who appeared. His appearance caused the temperature in the consultation room to drop. Sometimes, coldness represented the loss of energy. Senior uncle was colder than before. In the past, he was cold, indifferent, and ruthless. Now, it was even colder than before. His face was snow-white, but his black hair and black clothes made his face even paler. His entire body was cold to the extreme. Just looking at him with his eyes would make one feel cold. Senior uncle saw the state of Sang Liang and Ningxu and raised his eyebrows, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He said to Ningxu, "Come down." Ningxu, "Okay, as long as you return the merit to me." The grand-uncle obviously didn't know what had happened. Sang Liang explained, "She wants the merit points in the account. She won't give it to her." "That's it." The Grand Elder was silent for a moment. "What position do you have to ask for this merit?" He was no longer a member of the organization, yet he still had the cheek to ask for the organization's things. Ningxu shook his head. "That's not right. Although I've resigned, I still have to take my salary. Once this debt is cleared, it will be completely cleared. Do you understand? Grand uncle, come down first." Ningxu shook his head and took a deep breath, which was mixed with Sang Liang's scent. "I don't want to. His body is very comfortable. I don't know why, but I want to eat him." The Grand Elder and Sang Liang both frowned. Ningxu continued, "His physique must be very special. Tell me, is it the flesh of Tangsing? Ah, I want to live forever. I want to live as long as the sky. I want to compete with the sun and moon. I want to be invincible in the east." The Grand Elder's tone was light, but very dangerous. "Come down. Ningxu, then return the merit to me. I don't want any more or less merit in my account." The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes and glanced at the Origin King next to him. The Origin King immediately moved to the side. "Why are you looking at me? I'm just a passerby. I have no right to speak and no right to act." Ningxu was more and more certain that Sang Liang's physique was a bit special. In the past, when she was weak, she only felt that Sang Liang was the main system. It was normal for him to be aloof and not like to interact with people. Now that she thought about it, it should be possible for him to not interact with people. Besides, he was a void creature. Did he need to interact with some weak mission enforcers? He only needed to issue an order. As Ningxu thought about it, he buried his face in Sang Liang's neck and took a deep breath, as if he was inhaling catmint. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Sang Liang's body couldn't be any stiffer. The Grand Elder, the Origin King, although he didn't know what to do now, the Origin King still wanted to give Ningxu a thumbs up. After all, there weren't many people who would court death like this. Sang Liang was furious. His face, which had always been expressionless, turned purple with anger. He tried his best to pull the arm wrapped around his neck, but Ningxu didn't let go. After tossing and turning, Sang Liang's head was sweating. The Grand Elder walked over calmly and pulled Ningxu's clothes to separate her from Sang Liang. Ningxu hugged Sang Liang tightly. This force made Sang Liang stagger. The Grand Elder, "Let go? What do you think you're doing?" Ningxu laughed in her heart. It was great to have a hostage in her hands. "Ningxu, give me the thing and I'll let go. Are you all deaf? If you don't give me what I want, you want me to let go? Dream on." Just by grabbing her clothes, Ningxu felt that the Grand Elder's hand was very cold. It was refreshing and cold. What an ice man, Sang Liang gritted his teeth, just kill him. The Origin King suddenly took a step forward. It seemed that he was still very worried about Ningxu. Ningxu smiled. She didn't look like she was about to be hacked to death at all. Instead, she leaned closer to Sang Liang's neck and almost stuck out her tongue to lick it. Her tone was very excited. "Before I die, I must take a bite and taste it." The Origin King's expression gradually became cold. What kind of child was this? She was simply a brat. Was there a need to be so desperate for something? The Origin King thought about it and felt very touched. After all, why was she looking for merit? It was for him because he needed the energy body. However, whether they could return alive was another question. The more she was by Xianxia's side, the more Ningxu felt as light as a swallow. Her whole body was floating and very relaxed. The energy in his body sped up and became much more active. Xianxia was really like Tang Sanzang. She really wanted to take a bite. What kind of top-grade physique was this? Ningxu felt that she had found the reason why Grand Uncle always took Xianxia with him. The two of them were inseparable. She really wanted to take Xianxia home. With this thought in mind, Ningxu did just that. The golden dragon appeared under Xianxia's feet. Then, the golden dragon broke through the roof, jumped out, and escaped. The Origin King, F***ck, did you forget someone? Why did you leave me here? Grand Uncle disappeared in a flash and chased after the golden dragon. The Origin King, who was ignored, left by himself. He was very disappointed. Was he not important at all? The golden dragon was very fast and quickly escaped from the organization. However, Grand Uncle was even faster. He blocked the golden dragon's path. Grand Uncle's expression was very cold as he stared at Ningxu on Xianxia's back. A great battle was about to break out. Now, they were quite like a man and a woman fighting for a man. Ningxu sighed, let me have some fun. Maybe I'll return him. Have some fun? What kind of tiger-like words were these? When the Origin King heard this sentence, he didn't quite understand what it meant, but when he saw the ugly expressions of the Grand Elder and Xianxia, he guessed that it wasn't something good. Xianxia almost squeezed the words out of his throat, full of murderous intent. Do you want to die? Ningxu, I don't want to die, but if I can die in your hands and have a taste, it's really worth it. What an exaggerated aria. A black sword appeared in the Grand Elder's hand. He held the black sword and slashed at Ningxu. It was reasonable to say that when encountering such danger, people would subconsciously let go of Xianxia to avoid the danger. Xianxia didn't move, obviously believing in the Grand Elder. However, Ningxu grinned and hugged Xianxia's neck, not letting go. A huge golden dragon blocked in front of Xianxia and Ningxu. Clang! The golden dragon collapsed, but the attack was born. Immediately, the golden dragon quickly condensed and blocked in front of Yishiwen. The Grand Elder's expression became even colder. Ningxu laughed like a villain. Don't forget that there is still a hostage in my hands. Don't use too much force, or we might die together. She laughed arrogantly, tilting her head and taking another sip of the catmint. He is really a treasure. Xianxia couldn't stand being coveted like a piece of meat on a chopping board, being looked at like food. The loss outweighed the gain. If you return my merit, I will naturally let him go. If you don't give me something, I won't let him go. It's such a simple thing, but you have to repeat it again and again. Don't you understand? Ningxu was also a little impatient. If you continue to compete, I will bite your neck directly next time. I guess his blood is special. If you attack me, I will slash you. Tell me, either you give me merit, or I want him. The Grand Elder's eyes were cold. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the Origin King with a pair of huge hands. The Origin King, who was watching the show, was caught off guard and was still at a loss. What does it have to do with me, Senior Grand Uncle? Exchange. Ningxu probed again. It seemed that Xianxia was still very important to the Grand Uncle. At least, the Grand Uncle didn't want to hurt him. That's what brothers should be like. I feel that Grand Uncle treats Xianxia better than Jingqing. He could definitely beat up the Prime Minister ruthlessly. There must be something going on between the two of them. The Origin King was crying in his heart. His neck was being strangled, and it was as if his neck would be broken in the next second. Moreover, this person was really cold. It was as if he was stuck to a block of ice. The Origin King looked at Ningxu pitifully. Save me, save me. Ningxu frowned. Aren't they unkillable? Even if they die, they can still come back to life. The Origin King immediately reacted. That's right, I won't die. Ningxu said to Taishu Liliu, this person has nothing to do with me. Even if you kill him, it has nothing to do with me. Just kill him. The Origin King immediately spat at Ningxu. What kind of beast is this? Catching him was useless, so the Grand Uncle directly threw him out. The Origin King hit the mountain range, and the entire mountain range shook. The Origin King sank deep into the ground and didn't move for a long time. It was just unknown if he would die or not. Even if he didn't die, he was probably not far from death. Ningshu took a deep breath of Xianxia to suppress a shock. It was too terrible. The Origin King was really too miserable. Xianxia, who was trembling with anger, said, "I can give you merit." Ningshu was angry. What's wrong with this person? At least he has some persistence and principles. She couldn't bear to part with Xianxia. Woo, just hold on a little longer, okay? Ningshu desperately breathed in Xianxia. While he could still breathe, he quickly breathed in. It wouldn't be so easy to breathe next time. Listening to the sound of people desperately breathing, Xianxia's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. I've already given you merit. Let go. Ningshu, I don't want to. As soon as I let go, you will attack me and kill me. I'm scared. With that, she hugged Xianxia's neck tightly. I don't know when the next time will be. Xianxia, come down, we won't attack. Ningshu, then what about the merit? Xianxia took out a mess in space and stretched his hand back. There's something I want in here. How do you know if there's enough? Xianxia was probably angry, so he didn't have any temper. He said in a flat tone, there's only more, not less. Ningshu, put it in my hand. I want to hug your neck now. Xianxia, let go first. Ningshu, put it in my hand first. Xianxia seemed to be too lazy to entangle with Ningshu and directly stuffed it into Ningshu's hand. Ningshu grabbed the mess in space and reluctantly let go of Xianxia's neck. Xianxia almost instantly left Ningshu's side and appeared next to Taishu. Taishu raised his black sword and was about to slash at Ningshu, but Xianxia stopped him. There's no need to fight with her. Xianxia's voice was a little lower. I can feel the surging power in her body, and she seems to want to test her strength and find someone to fight. Ningshu checked the space in the ring. There was a mountain of merit inside. Ningshu was very happy. He could finally eat pastries. He was very happy to have achieved his goal. He looked at the two beautiful men with slender waists and long legs. It was a bit pleasing to the eye. However, Xianxia was even more pleasing to the eye. He said to Xianxia, let's keep in touch more in the future. Big brother, can I come again in the future? Xianxia turned and left, leaving Ningshu with a very cold back. Taishu also left. Ningshu wasn't angry at all. He waved at their backs. I'll come and play with you when I'm free. It was a bit strange that they didn't fight. What was going on? After suffering such a big loss, they just let it go. Ningshu took a deep breath. There seemed to be the smell of Xianxia's body in the air. He really wanted to give Xianxia some blood. There was a fragrance even without breaking the skin. If he let some blood, the fragrance would definitely be stronger. Ningshu felt that there was nothing else to do and decided to go home to eat braised pork. However, he felt that he had forgotten something. Ningshu thought for a while, but he couldn't remember anything. He went straight home. Earthworm saw Ningshu and said, the things you want are ready. Earthworm looked back. Where's Virtual King? Ningshu hammered his palm. I said I forgot something. It's Virtual King. She looked at the dishes on the table. She was too hungry after so long. It was better to eat first before going to find Virtual King. Ningshu sat down and began to eat. Seeing Earthworm standing still, he said, eat too. Why are you standing there? Earthworm, I have no appetite. No appetite? Ningshu looked at Earthworm's cold face, poked the meat on the plate with his chopsticks, and asked, what kind of meat is this? What kind of meat do you think red braised meat is cooked with? Earthworm asked. Ningshu. There are pigs in the void? Earthworm, of course it's found in the small world. If you want to eat something, I have to run around. Ningshu smiled, then you have to sit down and eat with me. After all, you've been busy for a while. Earthworm did not sit down but went back to his room to cultivate. Ningshu was indeed very hungry and mentally exhausted. Dealing with Taishu and Xianxia was very exhausting. Halfway through the meal, the Origin King came back. He was dirty and covered in dust, and there were some grass leaves stuck in his head. His face was extremely ugly. Seeing Ningshu sitting at the dinner table, his face became even uglier. He asked, you left me behind and came back. who did I become like this? Of course, Ningxu would not say that he had forgotten him. You're very dirty. Go wash up. I have merit in my hands now. The Origin King suddenly forgot to be angry and quickly asked, you got it? You want it back. However, the scene was so tense that it seemed like it would not end until someone was killed. The Origin King was half dead at that time and had fainted. When he woke up, there was no one around him. He could only endure the pain in his body and come back. Seeing Ningxu come back in one piece and still eating, he felt so wrong that he went up to question him. However, when the other party said that he had merit in his hands, the Origin King was very surprised and quickly asked how he did it. Ningxu sighed, you don't know how dangerous the situation was at that time. It was too dangerous. I don't want to recall it. The Origin King looked at the plate with 2 pieces of red braised meat left and wondered, you can still eat. Ningxu, it's fortunate that I survived. It's because it's difficult that I have to eat what I want to eat. Life is too difficult. The Origin King went to take a bath, and Ningxu finished the dishes on the table. When the Origin King came out of the bath, Ningxu wiped his mouth and said to the Origin King, I have merit in my hands. Do you want to exchange it with me? With the attraction of merit, the Origin King did not want to know how Ningxu got out of danger and got merit. The most important thing was that he had merit. At this moment, it was easy to tell how close and distant they were. If it was Fadian, he would probably have grabbed Ningxu and asked her about the ins and outs of the matter. Ningxu would not hide anything from Fadian. Ningxu didn't want to talk about it, and the Origin King didn't want to listen either. In the end, some things were important, but they were different for different people. Ningxu grabbed a handful of merit points from the mess in space. This kind of merit points was condensed. It was like gold, but the size and shape were about the same. The Origin King held the gold in his hand but could not see what was so good about it. The Origin King asked, how much do you want to exchange? We are acquaintances, we can't exchange less than them, right? Ningxu nodded, how much do you want to exchange? The Origin King thought for a moment. Since they said 100, 200 would be fine. 1 energy body for 200. Ningxu, to be honest, she had actually given the Origin King 1000. After all, energy bodies could not be compared to merit. However, she ended up exchanging it for 200. This kind of heartless exchange. And, of course, he had to exchange. This was money delivered to his doorstep. If he did not take it, he would be struck by lightning. Ningxu frowned for a moment before relaxing his eyebrows and saying with a helpless expression, all right, since we're close, let's exchange like this. The Origin King suddenly had an expression of taking advantage of him. Fearing that Ningxu would go back on his word, he immediately said, hurry up and exchange. The two exchanged 100 energy bodies for 20,000 merit points. After obtaining the merit points, the Origin King planned to give them to Dong Qian. Doing experiments, Dong Qian was in a daze when he came out, but when he saw Ningxu and the Origin King, his soul trembled subconsciously. In short, seeing these two was definitely not a good thing. The Origin King, Ningxu, asked, what should we do? Ningxu said, just give him the merit points directly. This kind of good thing can be slowly absorbed by the soul. It was just like how people needed to eat when they were hungry. The Origin King grabbed a handful of merit points and handed them to Dong Qian. Dong Qian took the merit points and was a little confused. Why were they giving him gold? So what if he had gold? He could not buy anything with it. This gold was no different from Jinkala. Dong Qian now really regarded money as dirt, however, he had to take whatever these people gave him. Even if it was a pile of shit, he had to accept it with both hands. The merit points slowly changed in Dong Qian's hands and gradually disappeared, merging into Dong Qian's soul. Dong Qian turned pale with fright and quickly said, I didn't do anything. The Origin King grabbed another handful of merit points and gave them to Dong Qian. Dong Qian could only tremble as he received them. In the end, Dong Qian's soul glowed with golden light and the Origin King gave up on feeding him. Ningxu glanced at Dong Qian. With Dong Qian's current merit points, if he went to the afterlife, he would definitely be from a noble family. After all, with such great merit points, it was impossible for him to be a beggar. Thinking that something like merit points had been added to someone like Dong Qian, Ningxu was a little angry and said to the Origin King, "You can try to see if merit points have any effect on the soul." The Origin King immediately stretched out his hand and flicked a ray of qi at Dong Qian. This ray of qi directly sent Dong Qian flying and he fell heavily to the ground, causing some dust to fly up. The Origin King was very satisfied. If it was the previous state of his soul, it would not be able to withstand such an attack and would definitely dissipate. However, it was still fine now. Dong Qian lay on the ground, unable to get up. He clutched his chest. In that instant, he felt that his soul was about to dissipate. It was extremely painful and he could not recover. Dong Qian struggled to stand up and lowered his eyes slightly to hide the emotions in them. When he raised his head again, his face was full of joy. He returned to the Origin King's side and said, "Many thanks for Sir's reward." Although he had suffered a blow, he knew that his soul was different. At least, he was still alive. The Origin King did not feel anything, but Ningxu looked at Dong Qian. Dong Qian was frightened by Ningxu's gaze. He did not know that this little brat was going to torture him again. The reason he had suffered such a blow was because of her words. At this moment, Dong Qian truly understood the lethality of a naughty brat, especially a naughty brat with strength. It was like a nuclear bomb, the kind that could be turned to ashes in minutes. Ningxu sneered and said to the Origin King, "Don't look at how happy he is now. In fact, he hates you in his heart." The Origin King turned to look at Dong Qian. Dong Qian immediately denied it, "I don't. I am sincerely grateful to Sir." "Shut up," Dong Qian screamed madly in his heart. "Do you want me to die?" Looking at the Origin King's suspicious eyes, Dong Qian wanted to cry. This was the lethality of a naughty brat, a single word from the other party could put him to death. There was no way he could continue living like this. The Origin King asked directly, "Do you hate me in your heart?" The Origin King felt wronged. In order to obtain this merit, it could be said that he had sacrificed half his life. Now that he had obtained it, the Origin King actually hated him. "Why do you hate me?" Dong Qian shook his head frantically. "I don't, really, sir, you have to believe me, I wouldn't do such a thing." The Origin King nodded, "It's good that you know. This thing was not easy to find and it took a lot of effort." Dong Qian nodded, but as for what he was thinking in his heart, no one knew. However, Ningxu intended to let the Origin King off so that he could be more careful. Humans were really complicated creatures. You acting like this will hurt his self-esteem and make him feel that his life is no longer in his own hands. Because of this, he will bear a grudge against you and feel that he can take revenge one day. No one would be happy to have their life in the hands of others. Ningxu was the same in the organization. He was not criticizing the Origin King, but telling him to pay attention. The Origin King turned his head to look at Dong Qian again, causing Dong Qian to want to cover his face. "Don't look at me, what are you looking at me for?" The Origin King was a straightforward person and did not need to be tactful in front of his subordinates. "You think so?" Dong Qian was still stubbornly denying it. "I don't think so." "Ningxu, this is human nature, why do you keep denying it? The more you deny it, the more it proves that this is what you really think." "Dong Qian, I beg you to shut up." If not for him being unable to win, Dong Qian wanted to kill Ningxu. If he did, there would be one less scourge in the world. Before he died, he had been harmed by her, and after he died, he had been harmed by her again. This person was simply his nemesis. There must have been some kind of enmity between them in their previous lives, the kind that could not be resolved. Ningxu said to the Origin King, "If you want to control humans, you need to know how they think. The human mind is very sensitive and can even go from one extreme to another. Besides, it's normal for him to not be convinced by you." The Origin King nodded and said to Dong Qian, "Tell me what's in your heart. Tell me the truth." "Dong Qian, I'm so King ashamed." Dong Qian felt a sense of shame, as if he had been stripped naked. If he really wanted to say it out loud, he would have to say the dark things in his heart. Some things were only suitable to take root and sprout in dark corners. They couldn't see the light, even if they were dead. Dong Qian avoided the topic and said with a helpless expression, "My lord, can you not suddenly make a move for no reason? I really can't withstand my lord's strength." The Origin King said very straightforwardly, "I won't kill you. I'm just experimenting with this thing, not attacking you for no reason. Dong Qian felt powerless. He could only smile without saying a word. Ningxu was too lazy to care about this matter. In the future, Dong Qian would be one of the Origin King's people. As for the relationship between them, Ningxu was too lazy to care. She gave all the energy bodies she had exchanged with the Origin King to Fation. She touched the cold whip, which was fluctuating with energy. She didn't know when she would wake up. If she had Fation, her battle power should be multiplied by 2, and it shouldn't be a problem for her to fight against Grand Elder. Jingji had been guarding Fation, which made Ningxu feel more at ease. Ningxu wouldn't underestimate Jingji's battle power. He was desperately protecting Fation, so Fation wasn't in any danger. Ningxu left Fation's room and went to Earthworm's room. She was really tired and bitter after being tossed around between these men. Earthworm opened the door, and Ningxu walked into the room. Earthworm's room was very elegant. There was a light blue porcelain vase on the table with wildflowers on it. It made the whole room more elegant. The wildflowers also emitted a fragrance, but the fragrance was mixed with a faint bitterness. Ningxu looked at Earthworm. Anyone who looked at Earthworm would think that he was a graceful and elegant gentleman, not an earthworm. In the past, Earthworm was always called two-legged monster, and his tone was full of malice and rejection towards humans. Now, he had learned to be a human. He had learned the etiquette, shame, and aesthetics of humans. In any case, Ningxu rarely saw Earthworm turn into a big earthworm. Of course, it was also very likely that his clothes would be torn. Every time he turned into an earthworm, he had to take off his clothes first. When he turned into a human, he had to wear clothes. Just listening to it made him feel that it was very troublesome. Ningxu felt that if it was an earthworm, he would be too lazy to turn into one and crawl on the ground. Ningxu sat down, and Earthworm poured a cup of tea for Ningxu. It was quite a leisurely and carefree feeling. Ningxu drank a mouthful of bitter tea and asked Earthworm how his cultivation was going. Earthworm told him about the problems he encountered. Ningxu answered some of the other questions one by one and checked Earthworm's meridians. In the end, he was a monster beast, so his physical fitness was very good. If a human's meridians were as thick as a thumb, then Earthworm's meridians were as thick as an underground water pipe. It could store more energy, and it would not be blocked. Earthworm listened very carefully. The two of them stayed in the room for several days. When they came out, Ningxu's hair was messy, but Earthworm was still so elegant. He was more like a human than she was, quite upright. She did not know where Su Wang and Dong Qian had gone. They were probably busy. Anyway, she did not see them. Ningxu brought a little energy with him and went to organize again. She was going to eat some dessert. She ate dessert along the way and came to the consultation room. Just as she was about to step into the consultation room, the door closed with a bang. Ningxu held the dessert directly in front of his chest. Ningxu's heart ached. Heartless. They were people who had a physical relationship, but he was so cruel to her. Ningxu held the dessert in front of his chest and ate it with his fingers. Then, he directly smashed the door of the consultation room with his fist. With a kick, the two doors fell down. The people coming and going on the street looked at Ningxu in surprise. Ningxu sat in the consultation room and waited for Sang Liang. A day without seeing Sang Liang felt like 3 years. She missed Sang Liang very much. If Sang Liang did not appear, she would keep waiting here. After waiting for a long time, Sang Liang finally appeared. However, it was a projection. Ningxu reached out to the projection and penetrated it. Ningxu snorted. Boring. Did he have to be so guarded against her? He directly made a projection without a physical body. Heartless. They had a physical relationship, but he was so guarded against her. It was really sad. Sang Liang sneered. You think this is your own backyard? You can walk around whenever you want. Ningxu said, that's right. I came to the backyard to see you. Ningxu looked at the projection of Sang Liang. It was as if the real person was in front of her. She could see and touch him, but she couldn't smell his scent. Ningxu was very disappointed. She said bitterly, we have been intimate before. It's so sad that you keep me at arm's length. Sang Liang's projection trembled twice, and the projection was a little distorted. Shut up. Ningxu sighed, well, I'm looking for you for a serious matter. You made a projection. What should we do? Sang Liang didn't speak. Ningshu said again, I'm here to exchange something you want. Sang Liang was silent. Ningshu said, how can you do business like this? You don't even show up. That's too insincere. Ningshu sneered, are you so afraid of me? You're just SOSO. Ningshu felt that the insurmountable mountain in her heart before wasn't so unreachable and difficult to climb now. Standing at the top of the mountain, it's just SOSO, Sang Liang, I'm not afraid. I'm just disgusted. Ningshu asked doubtfully, disgusted? How can I be disgusted? I don't think you're disgusting at all. You smell good. What the hell? Ningshu took out a finger-long bottle. Was it the thing that senior uncle wanted? He just didn't know if Sang Liang would show up to get it for senior uncle. Ningshu snorted. He felt like he was a vicious supporting role, making things difficult and tormenting them. Sang Liang glanced at the bottle in Ningshu's hand and fell into silence. He was probably struggling in his heart. Should he come or not? Ningshu promised, I will never jump on your body. But I can hug your leg. Sang Liang said, I don't believe in this thing. Ningshu opened the bottle cap very generously, can you smell it? By the way, can the projection smell it? Ningshu put the cap back on the bottle. He believed that Sang Liang had the means to test it, and the thing she took out was real. Sang Liang was still silent. His silence was the Kong Chiao of tonight. Ningshu sat calmly on the chair. She was here to stir up trouble. It would be fine if they had a deal, but if they had to snatch it, then they would have to fight. Ningshu really needed to test his own strength, so that he could have a better idea. Sang Liang's projection disappeared. After a long time, he came out from the inner room. Seeing Sang Liang, Ningshu took a deep breath. Sang Liang paused for a moment before turning around and walking away. Ningshu shouted, don't go. Perhaps because he sensed something, Ningshu felt that the entire room was filled with Sang Liang's scent. The more he noticed it, the more obvious it became. There was a special smell in the incense. In the past, he had only thought that it was incense, but ever since he got closer to Sang Liang, he realized that it was different. Ningshu, I'm here to make a deal. You look like you're being teased. Who has the time to tease you? Do you really think you're as beautiful as a flower? Sang Liang's expression was cold. He sat down and went straight to the point. I can make a deal. Ningshu, not only do I want pure soul power, but I also want. She stretched out her fingers and lifted Sang Liang. Sang Liang stood up and was about to leave again. He didn't want to talk to Ningshu at all. Ningshu snorted. You're really like a woman. Not only do I want pure soul power, but I also want your blood. Sang Liang rejected without hesitation, I refuse. Ningshu, you can think about it. You don't want a few 100 milliliters of blood, just a few drops, a dozen drops, or even 100 drops, that would be even better. Sang Liang knew that Ningshu had bad intentions. He glanced at the bottle and asked coldly, what do you want it for? Ningshu smiled and said, nothing. I just want to smell it. I think it smells good. Sang Liang never believed Ningshu's nonsense. Ningshu said again, a few drops of blood and some soul power. You can get what you want. I'm just curious about you. As for soul power, it's worthless. I only want to make a deal with you. Think carefully about whether you want to make a deal or not. Ningshu actually wanted to test whether Sang Liang's blood would be beneficial to Fa Tian. Fa Tian had really been asleep for too long. As time passed, Ningshu's heart became more and more uneasy. She was so uneasy that she thought Fa Tian had lost his mind. This was a very terrible thing. It was simply a fatal blow. Fa Tian, who was asleep, didn't even have any consciousness contact with Ningshu. When she probed, she didn't feel Fa Tian's consciousness fluctuations. Was this kind of origin energy important? Of course it was important, but it was worth it to use it to exchange for something that would be beneficial to Fa Tian. She could also get some soul power to trade for energy bodies with that rich origin king. Fa Tian was now a big eater of energy bodies, swallowing as much as he could. There was simply no way to satisfy him. Sang Liang was still hesitating. Ningshu was still tempting him, you have to think about granduncle's body. Even I can smell his scent. His situation isn't very good. The situation in his sea of law isn't very good. Sang Liang wasn't embarrassed at all. He was still very calm. With just this little bit, you still want so many things. Ning Shu stretched out his hand and pinched Sang Liang's face as fast as lightning. Speak properly. What do you mean by with just this little bit? People can't speak against their conscience. Sang Liang leaned back, avoiding Ning Shu. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed with deep disgust, but he was still calm and did not fly into a rage. The place where Ning Shu pinched turned red, but it quickly returned to a pale white color. Sang Liang stared at Ning Shu with a death gaze. I'm warning you, if you do this again, I won't let you walk out of the organization. He was really murderous. His whole body was suffused with a cold murderous aura. Ning Shu obviously believed that Sang Liang had the strength. She was deep in the enemy's territory. With so many people in the organization, she could be drowned by a sea of people. Ning Shu said, I saw that you kept resisting giving me blood. I felt that you weren't made of flesh and blood, so I pinched you. What a load of nonsense. Sang Liang was very clear. From the past, he could tell that this was a troublemaker that was difficult to discipline. Although she didn't do anything outrageous when she was alive, that was because of her body's problem. A troublemaker with strength was even harder to discipline. A troublemaker with absolute strength would directly spiral into the sky. Ning Shu was stared at by Sang Liang. She touched her face. Did I become beautiful again? To exchange or not, it's a matter of one sentence. Ning Shu said, can't you be more straightforward? If you don't want to exchange, I'm going home. If you want to exchange, then hurry up. You hate me, yet you insist on being so indecisive. The sooner we get things done, the sooner you'll be free. Ning Shu knew that this girl was starting to habitually trick people again. Even at this time, he still wanted to bargain. Ning Shu was really convinced. He was obviously being coveted, but he still wanted to take advantage and maximize the benefits. This habit had probably become instinctive. Facing someone who could jump on him at any time, he still wanted to maximize the benefits. Ning Shu gave Sang Liang a thumbs up in his heart, a perfect interpretation of his unchanging nature. Ning Shu said, if you let me jump on you, I can think for as long as I want. How about? Sang Liang looked at Ning Shu with extreme indifference and finally said, I don't want to trade. Ning Shu was very disappointed. Sigh, forget it if you don't want to trade. Actually, I'm helping the poor, but you didn't give me the chance. Forget it. Ning Shu clicked his tongue, put away the bottle, stood up, and left. When Ning Shu walked to the door, Sang Liang called out to Ning Shu, wait. Ning Shu immediately turned around and said to Sang Liang with a smile, you said no, but your body is very honest. She sat back down again, then let's trade. Ning Shu was very surprised. Sang Liang really had nothing to say to the grand uncle. Did he really want to bleed? Ning Shu actually came to try his luck. If he succeeded, he would naturally make a profit. If he didn't succeed, he wouldn't lose out. At least he would get to eat the dessert. Now it seemed that he had made a profit. Sang Liang's tolerance towards Ning Shu had probably gone up another level. In the face of her various flowery words, he could be indifferent. It was as if he was deaf, he could not hear, and he could turn a blind eye. He was really like a clay bodhisattva. Sang Liang said, 1 bottle won't do. At least 10 bottles. Ning Shu looked at Sang Liang with tolerance. Mei Xiang is right, but I won't listen to her no matter what. Ning Shu blinked and looked at Sang Liang with his little chubby face. What are you talking about? Sang Liang, 10 bottles of initial power. Ning Shu immediately said, don't mess around. Speak properly. Be normal. Sang Liang, if you don't have 10 bottles, I won't trade with you. Ning Shu was not angry. It shouldn't be like this. The more I want to maximize my benefits, the more I feel that my constitution is amazing. In the face of Sang Liang's exorbitant demand, Ning Shu was no longer as angry and powerless as when he was weak. It was probably because she had confidence, a kind of strength, and a kind of belief that supported her. Therefore, a person must have confidence. If you don't have money, you must have talent. If you don't have money, you must have looks. If he didn't have any of these, then he would have to work hard to grasp a type of power. In short, if he had the strength and belief to support himself, then he would have nothing to fear. Strength makes me fearless. Ning Shu took a deep breath. Sir, it smells so good. Sang Liang remained indifferent. Perhaps he was feeling like a nuclear bomb had exploded in his heart, but on the surface, he did not show any reaction. Faced with Ningxu's probing, he did not show any signs of fear. It was as if he was silently agreeing, but at the same time, he did not admit it. But sometimes, using silence to deal with things was a form of compromise. Silence is never a positive action. Sang Liang looked at Ningxu. 2 bottles. Ningxu immediately said, I'm so touched. Although Sang Liang was silent and looked at her as if she was crazy, he was still a little confused and puzzled. Obviously, he could not keep up with her pace. Ningxu became a loving brain. I'm really so touched. I'm really doing my best for uncle. As she spoke, she took a tissue and blew her nose. The friendship between you two is really touching. Ningxu gave her a thumbs up. I haven't been so touched in a long time. Sang Liang's expression was very disgusted. His expression was like an old man looking at his phone in the subway. Sang Liang, can you speak normally? Ningxu's face instantly became serious. I can give you 2 bottles, but I want more blood. Tell me, how much blood will you give me? Sang Liang, 10 drops. Ningxu shook her head. That's too little. At least 100 milliliters. Sang Liang, what are you dreaming about? The two bargained. Sang Liang gave 15 drops of blood, and Ningxu gave him 2 bottles. After giving him a bottle as a deposit, Sang Liang took out a knife and cut himself. Ningxu cried out again. I'm really so touched. Sang Liang took a deep breath and went directly into the inner room. When he came out, he held a transparent glass bottle in his hand and handed it to Ningxu. Ningxu said, how do I know there are 15 drops? Sang Liang, 15 drops. As for whether you believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. Ningxu took the bottle. A wonderful smell lingered at the tip of Ningxu's nose. It was Sang Liang's smell. Just by smelling it, Ningxu felt that his body was lighter. It was the energy flow that was faster. Ningxu took a deep breath, then closed the lid and gave the other bottle to Sang Liang. Sang Liang took the bottle and turned to leave. He did not want to look at Ningxu. Ningxu saw that Sang Liang was about to leave. Ningxu immediately said, wait, I have something to ask. Sang Liang left without looking back. I'm not answering. Ningxu called twice, but Sang Liang did not respond. Ningxu got what she wanted and left the City of Laws. When she left the Sea of Laws, she met the travel-worn granduncle. When granduncle saw Ningxu, he stopped and looked at her. What are you doing here? Ningxu said with a smile, I'm here to see Sang Liang. I like him very much now. Granduncle glanced at her. Don't pester him. Ningxu, how can it be pestering? I want to see him, and he comes out to see me. It's such a simple matter. How can you say that I'm pestering him? Granduncle's gaze was like a sharp blade, as if it could penetrate Ningxu. What's your purpose in looking for Sang Liang? Ningxu could not help but wipe her non-existent tears. I'm really touched. I'm really touched by the deep friendship with Sang Liang. Granduncle looked at Ningxu condescendingly. His expression was like looking at a fool. Looking at Ningxu's pretentious performance, he looked on coldly and expressionlessly. Granduncle interrupted Ningxu's sobbing. Don't come here. If I could kill you in the past, I can kill you now. Ningxu's sobbing immediately stopped. She looked at Granduncle coldly. Thank you for your reminder, old grandpa. You killed me once. I must kill you back. Come. A huge dragon head rose behind Ningxu, eyeing her covetously. Granduncle exhaled, shook his head, and walked away, leaving Ningxu alone to prepare for a fight. This son of AB*****. Ningxu was so angry that he could not swallow it. He would kill this B***** sooner or later. Now, he had more important things to do. When Ningxu returned home, he went directly to Fa Tian's room and took out the bright red blood. Jingji saw the thing in Ningxu's hand and went over with some doubts. When he opened it, his saliva flowed out like a waterfall. Sang Liang sat there without moving, worry could be seen on his face. After sitting there for a long time, he picked up his book and left. A spirit ran over to Sang Liang and said, Master, the person locked up is going crazy again.
we can't suppress him this time. Xianxia spat out a breath of air, his voice was cold as ice. Let's go and take a look. Xianxia came to the front of the cage was imprisoning the black smoke, and now, the black smoke was rampaging around, knocking the entire cage to the point of tilting left and right. Clanging sounds could be heard, the noise was endless. Xianxia was not in a good mood. He looked at the black smoke coldly and said to the people beside him, "Increase the punishment." His subordinates immediately went to prepare. The array formation under the cage was lit up, and lightning struck the bottom of the cage. The purple lightning was as thick as a baby's arm, and accurately struck the black smoke's body. The black smoke immediately let out a miserable shriek. It trembled and tried its best to avoid the purple lightning, but the cage was only so big, and the lightning struck the black smoke's body without any wastage. Crackling sounds could be heard, all sorts of lightning flashed, and after striking for at least half an hour, the black smoke was frightened, and even the black smoke became smaller. The black smoke clenched its teeth. "How dare you do this to me? Grand Uncle's lackey is really good." Xianxia was expressionless. "Strike again." The black smoke was so angry that he could not speak. He shouted hatefully, "I, your father, have always been unable to understand, on what basis do you all treat me so righteously? Previously, when you said you wanted to kill me, you killed me, and now when you say you want to imprison me, you imprison me, and when you say you want to torture me, you torture me." Xianxia walked into the cage, looked at the roaring black smoke, and said solemnly, "I have always been unable to understand, why would the Sea of Law give birth to two protectors, and what is even more puzzling is that one of the protectors, other than absorbing the power of the Sea of Law, does nothing else. Sometimes, it was not easier to do things with more people. One monk fetched water to drink, 2 monks carried water to drink. If you had cut off your connection with the Sea of Law earlier, maybe the situation in the Sea of Law would have been better." Black Fog sneered, his laughter was filled with ridicule and disdain. "So what if the Sea of Law gave birth to me? Are you speaking up for Grand Uncle? I was the one who forced him to do all these things. I was the one who pushed everything to him. He was clearly the one who did all these things. When it came to the end and he had to suffer, he blamed me for not doing anything. These things are all done by Grand Uncle, so it's only right for him to ask me to pay the price. It's because the Sea of Law gave birth to me, and it's the Sea of Law that gave birth to me. It's not like it was Grand Uncle who gave birth to me." The black fog floated in the cage. Lightning crackled on its body, and this lightning consumed the black fog. Xianxia coldly said, "People like you don't know anything. You don't know what others have done. You only care about enjoying yourself, and when it's your turn, you're shouting that it's unfair. What right do you have to despise Senior Uncle? Let's not talk about what Senior Uncle has done. People like you probably just spend your family's money and feel that you have no freedom. You're like this. If it weren't for Senior Uncle, I would have killed you long ago." Xiangliang's voice was filled with killing intent. This killing intent blurred his eyebrows, making him look like a killing god. The black fog's voice was even more disdainful. "You want to kill me? You're treating Senior Uncle as your master. If I tell you to do it, you'll do it. A thing like you, a lowly person, is not worthy of talking to me." Xiangliang's expression was indifferent. "A lowly person like me can kill you. Do you believe that if I kill you, Senior Uncle won't say anything? However, at that time, you won't know anything, because you'll have disappeared. Senior Uncle has left. He won't be back for a long time." The black fog laughed. "I really should let Senior Uncle take a look at his lackey. You're really King sick. It's my business to do whatever I want to do. Why is it right for Grand Uncle to do what he does, while what I do is wrong?" They were attacking him as a person. It was his freedom to choose what kind of life he wanted to live. Xianxia said, "It's your freedom to choose what kind of life you want to live. But you're absorbing the energy of the Sea of Law, and at the same time, you want to live the life you want to live. You cut off your connection with the Sea of Law, and you're free. You can do what you want to do, and become the person you want to be." Black Fog laughed even more. That laughter was full of disbelief, mockery, and contempt. "So, only those who do things like Grand Uncle deserve to live. If I don't do it, then I deserve to die. It's a sin for me to live? When one day, someone thinks that you're wasting air by living, so you deserve to die, how does that feel?"
They would let you die as if it was right and proper. It's just that you don't have any achievements, just because you're wasting air. The black fog felt that he wasn't a person, but an object to be casually dealt with. Even the reason was so unimaginable and perfunctory. You're simply sick. Since the Sea of Law gave birth to me, then I share energy with the Sea of Law. What right do you have to attack me? Did I share energy with you? Simply ridiculous. The black fog said, when you're fighting injustice for senior uncle, you should be clear that it wasn't I who asked senior uncle to do these things. Now, you're acting like you've done a lot, as if I'm indebted to you. Get lost. Don't King criticize me, especially someone as despicable as you. Facing the black fog's insult, Xianxia's expression did not change. He still looked at the black fog in the cage coldly. You've done your duty. Others have done what you should do, but in your mouth, I didn't ask them to do it? How can a person like you be born in the Sea of Law? The black fog sneered, it's my freedom to be who I want to be. Xianxia said, the Sea of Law gave birth to you. Some responsibilities existed from birth, and would never change. The black fog said, even if the Sea of Law wants me to die, it's not your turn to make a move. You better kill me. One day, with a blade in my hand, all of you will die. The black fog's voice was filled with killing intent. Xianxia said to the guard, give me another half an hour. With that, he left. The array formation under the cage became brighter and brighter, condensing many purple lightning bolts that struck the cage. The surroundings were bright flashes of light. Xianxia left step by step. His footsteps were steady, like a noble young master, strolling in the bloody ground. His appearance was as though he was stepping on a lotus. Amidst the bright flashes of lightning, there were wails mixed within the rumbling, and the wails became weaker and weaker. Creak, the door isolated the sound from the inside. Xianxia left the dark place. After the deity striking whip absorbed the fresh blood, Ningshu stood guard by the side. Fation did not wake up, but the speed at which he absorbed the energy was much faster, and soon there was a pile of powder next to him. At this rate of absorption, Ningshu felt that the energy in her body would not be able to last until Fation woke up. At this time it was up to the Origin King. She had already exchanged a lot of soul force, so she could exchange for energy from the Origin King. She was just a middleman, making a little profit. Seeing that Fation had no intention of waking up, Ningshu no longer stood guard. The blood could not provide Fation with energy, but it could make Fation wake up faster and shorten the time. Fation had been asleep for too long, so Ningshu became more and more nervous, worried that Fation would not wake up. As for whether Xianxia had tampered with the blood, Ningshu felt that it should not be. After all, she was no longer like before, where she could just casually fool around. Now, Ningshu could beat people up, and her destructive power was much stronger than before. Once she made a scene, the situation would not be easy to deal with. Although Fation was still asleep, he was still a weapon and could still use his most basic abilities. Ningshu could take the whip and go find trouble. The Origin King and Dongqian returned, and the Origin King also brought back some souls, obviously wanting to make these souls his subordinates. Ningshu looked at these young souls, frowned, and asked coldly, where did you find these souls? Dongqian was really afraid of Ningshu. Although he hated her in his heart, seeing her expression made him uneasy. He was really scared of her. When she was alive, she tortured him, and after she died, she still tortured him. These souls were all young and strong, wearing suits and ties, looking like the elites of society at first glance. If one of them was like this, then all of them would be like this. I don't object to you going into the small world to find people, but don't you think it's a bit too much to kill people and then capture their souls? When Dongqian heard this, if it wasn't for his lack of strength, he would have spat at her. Didn't you kill me just like that? Kill me and bring me to this damned place. Fighting for justice for others at this time was too disgusting. Why was he pretending to be a good person at this time? Dongqian didn't say anything. Moreover, it wasn't his turn to speak at this time, so he stood aside obediently. Suwang said, of course I'm looking for the elites of society. Ningshu chuckled. He's alive and well. Killing him and then capturing his soul. How stupid. The Origin King should have played in the mud for a few more years, but now he was being encouraged by Dong Qian to go to the small world to kill people and capture souls, even if it was not instigated by Dong Qian. Ningshu also knew that with the Origin King's intelligence, he only knew that there was someone in the small world. Ningshu glanced at Dong Qian. Even if the Origin King lived for another 100 years, he might not be as smart as Dong Qian. It was instigated. Dong Qian quickly denied it. When immortals fought, they couldn't implicate a little brat like him. No, I was just following orders. It has nothing to do with me, really. Seeing Ningshu like this, the Origin King was particularly impatient. What's going on? I'm just doing something, but there's so much trouble. Ningshu said bluntly, because you're stupid, stupid beyond belief. Even if you're stupid, you still think you're infallible. Even if you're strong and casually end someone's life, the karma of the small world may not be much to you, but this karma is still on you. It was not a big deal for void creatures to casually destroy a world, but it was different if they entered a small world. Entering a small world, the small world would reject them, but it would also place a part of the karma on them. Ningshu said, did you know that in addition to the small world, there is also a world called the reincarnation world? There are only souls inside. The Origin King was scolded badly by Ningshu. He touched his nose and whispered, I know. Why don't you go to the reincarnation world to look for souls? There are ancient, modern, and even supermodern interstellar souls there. Only people with talent can be found. The Origin King said, wouldn't it be too troublesome to look for them one by one? The Origin King knew about the reincarnation world, but there were so many souls inside. Did he have to ask them one by one if they were in the construction industry? Ningshu looked at the Origin King with increasingly indifferent eyes. He deeply doubted the Origin King's IQ and wondered if the Origin King could really set up a grassroots team. Experience needed to be accumulated over time, but the Origin King was the kind of person who thought he was infallible. If such a fool became the Void King, Ningshu felt that the Void would be done for. The Origin King was originally confident, but under Ningshu's gaze, he became weaker and weaker. In the end, he wanted to shrink into a ball, but his mouth was still very stubborn. If worst comes to worst, I'll just send them back. Dong Qian raised his head and glanced at the Origin King, then lowered his head again, not saying a word. Ningshu sighed. Just by being a little more careful, you can find connections. I've taken them to the reincarnation world twice before. Not to mention my connections there, they can find any kind of soul they want. Not to mention the organization's connections. Remember the black-haired dog? He's the guardian of the reincarnation world. You can go find him as long as you give him some reward. The souls in the reincarnation world are all dead. This is their destiny. If you give them different opportunities and worlds in the reincarnation world, they may be grateful. Just look at what you're doing now. You kill people, they're living well, but suddenly die, and you want them to be loyal? Are you more shameless than others? Even if the organization was a tyrannical place, they would only accept people who were either dead or alive. Ningshu deeply felt that it was a mistake to keep Dong Qian by the Origin King's side. Dong Qian could definitely fool the Origin King. The Origin King naturally knew that he had been a little careless in this matter, but being rebuked by Ningshu so bluntly, he was particularly unhappy. Fine, fine, fine. Ningshu snorted, go do whatever you want, don't hang around in front of me, and don't come looking for me in the future. I'm too lazy to care about such things. Our deal is over. Take your people and leave. Although the Origin King was annoyed by Ningshu, he had never thought of leaving Ningshu. I'll just send the soul back. Is there a need to be so angry? Ningshu's heart was now as calm as still water. He always felt that the Origin King had some kind of relationship with him. After all, in her heart, the Origin King was just an old man who peed his pants and played with mud, but his heart was big, but he couldn't handle things. His heart was higher than the sky, but his ability was ordinary. If the Origin King didn't lie and said that a voice told him to become the Void King. Ningshu felt that the person who spoke to the Origin King definitely had a grudge with him. Nagging him every day was the same as saying in front of a child, this is right, that is also right. It was simply raising a child to become a waste. The Origin King actually took these words seriously. Ningshu had wanted to build infrastructure before, so be it. In any case, he would not be able to get anything out of it. After all, void creatures did not need transportation, nor did they need to build roads and bridges. As for living in a house, that was nonsense. There were thousands of species, and each race had a different body shape and habits. If a group of powerful species got together, when they fought, the house would be torn down in minutes. People lived in houses because they were about the same size, and it was not like they would beat people up if they did not agree. Every race had their own secrets and habits, and some races were even born enemies. When they got together, it would be a disastrous scene. Moreover, there were so many races that building a house like a block of tofu might not be suitable. A method that was suitable for humans might not be suitable for void creatures. If the Origin King wanted to make trouble, he could do it as if he had something to do. In Ningxu's opinion, doing this kind of thing was no different from playing with mud. Since he was willing to spend money to play, Ningxu was willing to accompany him for the energy bodies. But now, he had no brain and was being led by the nose. This was the most deceptive thing, being led by the nose to a small world to kill people. It was clearly something that could be solved in the Transmigration world. He despaired of the Origin King's IQ. The Origin King saw that Ningxu did not speak and immediately took these souls away. Ningxu snorted, if the Origin King returned, these people might have already turned into ashes. Of course, Ningxu would not say such things. Let him run, let him run. Perhaps the Origin King did not even remember the people he caught in that small world and could not find it. After all, it was not so easy to find a special leaf on a tree. Dong Qian wanted to go with the Origin King, but Ningxu stopped him. Stay. Dong Qian immediately said, I did not persuade Sir properly. I should deal with the aftermath together with Sir. Dong Qian looked at the Void King with pleading eyes. Take me away. If I stay, I will definitely suffer. The Origin King naturally wouldn't go against Ningxu, and it wasn't a big deal for Dong Qian to stay, so he said, let's stay. Dong Qian's soul trembled. That one sentence had decided his fate. He lowered his head, hid the emotions in his eyes, and stood there without moving. Clearly, as long as he said that they should go together, he wouldn't have to face the demoness alone, but he didn't say it. Like duckweed, he could only drift along with the current, and he could be overturned at any moment. As soon as Su Wang left, Dong Qian very sensibly knelt down and said to Ningxu, I was wrong. Ningxu reached out his hand and pressed it against Dong Qian's soul. Dong Qian was scared out of his wits, but he was powerless to resist. He could only feel something flowing away from his body. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a lot of gold nuggets in Ningxu's hands. The Origin King said that these gold nuggets were good for the soul. Now that they were suddenly taken away, Dong Qian felt it was a pity. Before, when they gave them to him, they didn't ask for his opinion, so he was very unhappy. But now that they took them back, Dong Qian was very reluctant and unhappy, and even felt a bit of heartache. They gave them and took them back. They were simply playing with him. Ningxu put the merit on the table and said to Dong Qian, I know you don't want to stay here and bear a grudge in your heart. Let him go now and let him go to the afterlife. As for these things, they weren't meant to be. If these merits were on Dong Qian and let him go to the afterlife, these merits would be enough for Dong Qian to be reborn into a noble family. With what Dong Qian had done, he was only worthy of being a beast. Taking away his merits would inevitably take away some of his soul force, and with the soul cleansing in the afterlife pool, Dong Qian might not even be able to be a human in his next life. Leaving him by the Origin King's side to stir up trouble was completely her finding things to do. Dong Qian immediately said, I don't bear a grudge. I'm willing to serve His Excellency and cut through all obstacles for him. People were so contradictory. If they let Dong Qian go, he wouldn't be willing to leave. He bore a grudge against the people who forced him to stay. He wanted to leave, but when he really left, he couldn't bear to see the new world. He didn't want to be a human again, and he didn't know anything in his next life. Perhaps he was from a poor family, unable to eat his fill, and even uncertain of his gender. In any case, Dong Qian didn't want to become a woman. People who could establish the PUA group treated women as objects. Pray, one day, he would become an object he despised. That feeling was terrible. Dong Qian was very disappointed. Previously, when he saw them fighting over him, it gave him a huge illusion that he was very important. The shame of being fought over was like fighting over an object, but now that they didn't want it, the feeling was even more humiliating. Abandoning him was more like abandoning an object, an old and useless object. Being abandoned because he was no longer needed was even more humiliating than being fought over. Now, Dong Qian's heart was very complicated. Anyway, for now, it was better to stay. He still wanted to say something, but Ningxu directly stretched out his hand to stop him. Stop, don't talk to me. I'm too lazy to listen, and I'm too lazy to do anything. Dong Qian was very desperate. He had never seen such a female devil. You have to listen to my explanation. Ningxu, I'm too lazy to listen. I just want to feel, don't feel, that's all. Dong Qian, F***ck 18 generations of ancestors. Not long after, the Origin King came back with his soul. He looked at Ningxu very awkwardly. I can't find that small world. Ningxu chuckled. Follow me. This is the last time I wipe your ass. I won't care about you anymore. Ningxu found the birthplace of Gozi. He tore open the bit wall and entered the world of reincarnation. Gozi stuck out his tongue and panted rapidly. He was like a hot dog, sticking out his tongue and breathing out. If you tear me apart like this, you'll lose me as a friend. Ningxu said, friends should be tolerant of each other. Gozi didn't listen. He directly asked, why are you looking for me? She wouldn't come for no reason, she definitely wasn't here for anything good. Ningxu, I do have something to do, but I don't need your help. Ningxu looked back at the Origin King with a very cold expression. Why aren't you releasing your souls? The Origin King was so scared that he released a few souls while trembling. Ningxu turned to talk to Gozi with a smile. Her change of expression made the Origin King feel a lingering fear. When the souls were released, each and every one of them had a blank and dull look on their faces. They did not know anything and did not dare to ask anything. Some people's expressions changed as they looked at the Origin King with fear and hatred in their eyes. Obviously, they remembered what happened before they died. No matter who it was, if they were suddenly killed, it was simply a disaster that fell from the sky. Ningxu said to Gozi, put these souls in your reincarnation world and let them enter reincarnation. There was only reincarnation, what else could be done? The Origin King could not find the small world, and even if he found it, these souls would not return to their bodies. After such a long time, even if their corpses did not rot, they would have turned into ashes. This was not a big deal, so Gozi agreed without thinking, okay. Ningxu turned his head and said to the Origin King with a cold expression, then why don't you give some compensation for killing them? The Origin King asked reflexively, what compensation? Ningxu said, give them some merit so they can live better in their next life, but don't give them too much. Otherwise, it would affect the small world. The Origin King nodded and gave each soul a merit point. 1 merit point was not a small amount, at least 1,000 merit points. How many good deeds did one have to do to have so much merit points? This compensation was not bad. However, there were still some people who were unwilling. They had finally grown up and had their own lives, but now they were killed. Just giving them some random things would be enough. They clamored for an explanation, and some wanted to go back. If they could go back, they would have done so long ago. The Origin King did not dare to make a scene in front of Ningxu, but facing these ant-like creatures, his attitude was absolutely ferocious. Make a scene, my ass, do you believe I won't destroy your souls? These souls trembled in fear. Some of them could not withstand the Origin King's attack and even their souls became weaker, not daring to speak. Even if these people wanted justice, it was impossible, because the Origin King's strength was simply too much stronger than theirs. This kind of grievance was probably caused by a rich second generation who hurt ordinary people, and the rich second generation threw money to compensate them. Anyone would feel insulted, but justice was so difficult. In front of Ningxu, the Origin King did not dare to be so rude, and cruel. In the face of these people's crusade, the Origin King had directly used enough strength to kill them, leaving them speechless. Therefore, everyone had to climb up and didn't want to be stepped on. Ningxu stared at the Origin King. The Origin King took a deep breath, took out some virtue, and stuffed it into the hands of these souls. Take it. Although I'll kill you, you'll definitely have a good life in your next life. The souls were infuriated. Do I have to thank you for killing me? This was too much of a bully. However, what could he do in the face of such a brutal and terrifying power? He would only die if he tried to resist it. In the end, he was scared out of his wits. He still couldn't get the justice he wanted. Unless he could beat him, things in the world were just that messed up. The Origin King gave each of them a merit. When it was Dong Qian's turn, Ningxu said, "No need to give it to him." Dong Qiando's outstretched hand stopped just like that. In the end, he withdrew his hand and clenched it into a fist behind his back, tightly clenched. Dong Qian's face was very respectful, but he was very anxious in his heart, like bubbling magma. Going to the next life? Absolutely not. He didn't want to go. What would he become in his next life? A woman, a beast, or even a bug with a very short lifespan. This woman wouldn't let him follow the Origin King. He wasn't the one who killed these people, it was the Origin King who did it. It was the Origin King who was looking for talents. Why was it all on his head? It was obviously the Origin King who did all these bad things, but she acted as if it was the people around the Origin King who led her astray. F***ck. She acted like a little girl, but who knew what kind of old monster was inside? His biggest mistake was that he didn't have the strength of these people, he didn't have the strength to surpass them. No matter how much Dong Qian disliked the Origin King in his heart and hated Ningxu, he still needed to rely on the Origin King. He pleaded to the Origin King, "Sir, I want to stay by your side and serve you." The Origin King didn't know that Dong Qian was going to be thrown here and said casually, "Of course you'll follow me." With someone by his side, the Origin King felt that it was quite good. Dong Qian knew a lot and would tell him stories when he was free, as well as some things about the small world. The Origin King felt that he still needed such a person. He was used to having a follower, so without him, he felt a little uncomfortable. "Ningxu, he'll stay here and die." The Origin King let out a cry and said with a bitter face, "That's not good. Ningxu, there's nothing bad about it. Just listen to me, listen to me. Dong Qian, F***ck your 18 generations of ancestors." The Origin King was still struggling, "But there's no one by my side? There are many people in the small world. Find someone more suitable," Ningxu said. "Even if you want to find someone, you should find someone with a better heart." "Dong Qian, you're the one with a bad heart." In terms of heart, Dong Qian felt that this old monster was the most brutal. The Origin King couldn't win against Ningxu, so he still took out a piece of merit and gave it to Dong Qian, then give him some reward. "After all, he followed me for a while." Ningxu didn't say anything. The Origin King stuffed a piece of merit into Dong Qian's hand. "Take it." Dong Qian's pupils trembled as he looked at the merit in his hand. Then, he glanced at the Origin King. The merit melted in his palm. However, compared to the merit on Dong Qian's body, it was just a drop in the ocean. Dong Qian had given him a lot of merit before, but he didn't feel anything in his heart. He even felt hatred and disgust. However, this time, Dong Qian had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was very complicated, with mixed feelings. One moment, he mocked the Origin King for being an idiot who had nothing but powerful abilities. The next moment, he felt a little sour. Ningxu didn't stop the Origin King from giving Dong Qian the merit. If the Origin King wanted to give it to Dong Qian, then so be it, she was too lazy to care. The Origin King's actions really made Dong Qian look weak and despicable. These souls had fused with merit. Gozi exhaled at these souls and blew them away, including Dong Qian. Even if Dong Qian didn't want to leave, he couldn't stand still under this kind of power. His souls were scattered all over the reincarnation world. If he wanted to reincarnate, he would have to go to the reincarnation pool. Ningxu picked up Gozi and patted his head quickly. "Thank you so much." Ningxu said to the Origin King, "He helped me, so give him a gift." The Origin King nodded and took out an energy ball. Ningxu took it and stuffed it into Gozi's mouth. "This is the energy of the void. You can try to absorb it. It should be able to change your physique." Gozi gulped and swallowed the energy ball. "I collected some fruits. Go eat some." "Okay, I still have something I need your help with later," Ningxu said. Gozi treated Ningxu very warmly. They were slowly becoming bad friends, and their words became more and more impolite. Gozi kept giving Ningxu the middle finger, and Ningxu gave it back without hesitation. After staying in the small world for a while, Ningxu didn't believe that Gozi didn't understand the meaning of giving the middle finger. Gozi took out black fruits to treat Ningxu and the Origin King. Ningxu ate the sweet fruit and said to Gozi, "Help me find a soul that can repair a house." He believed that Gozi could find one, and he should be able to know where the soul was when it was alive. Gozi had blessed souls before. If he didn't know where the soul was when it was alive and casually blessed, what if he blessed a soul that had committed a heinous crime? Blessings weren't so cheap, and Gozi couldn't just randomly choose a soul. Gozi didn't refuse, but asked, "Is it urgent?" Ningxu shook his head. "It's not urgent. Take your time. It's best if it's someone with rich experience." "Sorry to trouble you." "Okay." Gozi nodded. "I'll pay attention. If I meet such a soul, I'll keep it for you." Ningxu patted Gozi's head again. "Thank you." Gozi was very unhappy, especially when he stuck out his tongue. He almost bit it off. "If you keep patting me, I'll lose friends." Ningxu said, friends should be tolerant of each other. When they met a few masters of samsara, only Gozi was close. After all, the little devil had always been with this lord and was brought up by him. It was normal that he wasn't close to her. After leaving the world of samsara, the atmosphere between Ningxu and the Origin King was very awkward. Ningxu didn't really want to talk to the Origin King, and the Origin King didn't know what to say. The Origin King said to Ningxu, "I'm going out for a while." Ningxu said, "Go ahead. You don't need to tell me where you're going." Strictly speaking, they didn't have any relationship. The Origin King touched his nose and said, "Oh," and then left. Ningxu returned home to cultivate. He needed to forge his meridians. Although the main meridians had already appeared, there were still many unclear side meridians that had yet to be formed. If her meridians were exposed, she would definitely be more powerful than she was now. To be honest, he wanted to look for Xianxia again. If he could get some blood and put it beside him to smell, he felt that his cultivation speed would be faster. As for drinking blood, Ningxu had never thought of drinking it, especially Xianxia's blood. According to Xianxia's black-hearted nature, he always felt that Ningxu's blood was poisonous. He had a psychological barrier when he drank it. She was simply overthinking things. She didn't even have blood, yet she was complaining that it was poisonous. She would not go to the organization for the time being. If she kept going there might be a trap waiting for her. He had just taken some blood from Xianxia, so he had to stop for a while. Ningxu calmed his heart and began to cultivate. Increasing his strength was very important. Just look at how tolerant Xianxia was of him right now. It feels so good to be strong, but who the hell was Xianxia? The grand uncle was also very steady. He had been with Xianxia all the time, and he actually managed to hold himself back from biting down. Was it disdain? Was he so powerful that he didn't want to bite Xianxia? Or was it because he had a good relationship with Xianxia that he didn't want to bite a subordinate who was loyal to him? In this regard, Ningxu could only cover his nose and give a thumbs up. "You're strong." If it was Ningxu, although he wouldn't bite Xianxia, he still wanted to suck his blood. This was a dim world. There was no light, and the darkness was wriggling under the darkness. Those strange races were unaffected by the darkness. They wriggled, crawled, and crawled towards places with light. They seemed to have merged with the darkness. Or perhaps they were darkness to begin with. The places they crawled past were swallowed up inch by inch, turning into endless darkness. Wherever there was light, it was what they desired. They were like moths to a flame, rushing towards the light. However, it wasn't the moths that died. Instead, it was the light that was annihilated. It was a majestic city with specks of light. There were voices of people talking, and it was full of vitality. The darkness surged faster, covering them inch by inch. Behind them was already darkness, becoming a part of them. It was getting closer and closer, closer and closer, and it was about to touch the city. With a bang, a dazzling light suddenly erupted above the city, causing the darkness to stop in its tracks. The darkness continued to move forward. The darkness was irresistible. It was as if darkness had descended after the sun had set. The city became brighter and brighter, illuminating the darkness. The edges of the darkness retreated. Even the light couldn't penetrate the thick darkness. One side was bright and dazzling, while the other side was dark and boundless. There was a sharp contrast at a certain junction. There were people standing on the city wall. The light was too bright, and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. They only felt that it was extremely dazzling. looking at the overwhelming darkness, the people on the city wall said, "They're swallowing faster and faster." In the past, the Xianxia realm was very big. Now, half of it had been swallowed, and the other half was forever shrouded in darkness. After being shrouded in darkness, some creatures never came out. No one knew if they were alive, dead, or turned into darkness. In the past, the darkness was just a small black dot, the size of a fingernail. No one would pay attention to it. Later, the darkness grew bigger and bigger, and the area it was swallowing became bigger and bigger. It was swallowing slowly at a neither fast nor slow speed. Immediately, someone organized a group to open up the Xianxia realm and trap the darkness in it. According to the speed at which the darkness was swallowing, the entire void would be swallowed sooner or later. The void would be engulfed in darkness, and there would be no living creatures. No one knew why this happened, but the darkness was something that needed to be guarded against. "Grand Uncle, should we abandon the city? The darkness has already swallowed this place," someone asked the Grand Uncle. The Grand Uncle looked at the thick darkness in the distance. It was pure darkness, not evil, and there was no aura of living creatures. But it was this kind of darkness that had swallowed the entire void. If this was the change between day and night in the void, no one knew what the void would be like when it was shrouded in darkness. Would they still be alive? They had once put a living creature in there, but after that, there was no more contact. No one knew what was in the darkness. Because of ignorance, they were afraid. They were afraid of the arrival of the darkness, so they tried their best to control the speed at which the darkness was swallowing. The Grand Uncle had also put in some high-tech things, but the feedback he got was darkness. There was nothing, no sound, no living creatures, nothing. But it was also certain that when the darkness shrouded the entire void, the void would become a part of the darkness. Perhaps the void would be restored to light, but everything that had happened before would be pushed back, as if it had been washed away by water. All traces would disappear. In the past, more than half of the Xianxia realm had been devoured. Of course, it would take a long time. Even if the darkness wanted to devour the entire void, it would take a long time. There were so many voids, and the Xianxia realm was just a small corner that had been surrounded. However, this darkness was not evil, but it made people tremble in fear. The darkness devoured everything. If the darkness was unstoppable, then it would take a little longer to come. To put it bluntly, even if the Grand Elder was dead, the darkness would not be able to devour the entire void. However, when they saw the menacing darkness, they could not help but be afraid. The people next to the Grand Elder said, "It won't be long before the city is devoured. Let's move back." The city was about to be abandoned. The Grand Elder looked at the darkness. Since the birth of the darkness, he had not figured out what was inside, and there was no way to control it. They used blinding light to disperse it, and they used arrays. However, the darkness was so dense that even the strong light was devoured. The Grand Elder said, "Set up a large array in the city. When the darkness devours, it will be activated. When the time came, the light produced by the array would be dazzling and scorching. If a person was inside the array, he would be instantly turned into ashes and annihilated." What was the darkness? There was no attack, no smell, nothing, but it made people feel helpless. Everyone left the city wall and returned to the city. There were many people living in the city, and now everyone had to evacuate and leave the city. It was about to be devoured. They could not tell how many times they had abandoned the city. The other party did not have a single soldier or horse, but they were defeated. They kept shrinking back. Their current state would be the future state of the void. Everyone and all races were shrinking back to the light. In the end, the place where they could shrink became smaller and smaller. They were squeezed together and would eventually be devoured by the darkness. On the other side, the darkness resisted the bright light and moved forward with difficulty. The bright light was gradually devoured by the darkness. It was as if a huge monster had opened its mouth and devoured the light, as well as half of the city. When the entire city was devoured, the array in the city was activated. The strong light was like the sun shining on the ground through the dark clouds. Beams of light penetrated the thick darkness. The light was scorching hot, and wisps of darkness disappeared as if the array was activated. The Grand Elder looked at this scene. So, darkness is a substance. If light was a substance, then darkness should be a substance as well. The darkness in front was dispersed by the light, and even scattered. However, the darkness slowly gathered again, and the darkness behind moved forward. In the end, the entire city was devoured. The array formation was devoured. The light was devoured. This kind of scene was really too impactful. No one had the courage to rush into the darkness to see what was in the darkness. Because he didn't know if he would be able to get out, there was really nothing he could do about it. It was really infuriating. Was it that easy to build a house? Although the city wasn't built by them, but after leaving, she had to find a new place to stay. That was quite unpleasant. What the hell is this? Xianxia was too lazy to care about this damned thing. It would live as long as it could. Furthermore, it was only the void that had sunk into darkness. It might not necessarily die. Fortunately, there were many things to eat and drink in the Xianxia realm. It was much more interesting than the void outside. Many people were willing to stay and record the distance that the darkness had devoured. It was also to figure out these substances and find a solution, compared to passively waiting for death. If he could solve the problem of the darkness, then it would be treating the symptoms and treating the root of the problem. It would be better than living in fear. Until now, they still didn't know what the darkness was. Even if they used light, the darkness could devour even light. For things like the void, some places were very dark, so it would be devoured faster. When a city was devoured, they would build another one. When a city was devoured, everyone was only disappointed for a while. Then, they began to whisper to each other about where to build a city. They should build a few more cities. They should build them at intervals so that the next city wouldn't be devoured by the darkness and have to be rebuilt again. They should do it all at once. This city was built when the Xianxia realm was opened. Xianxia was in the middle. The darkness had already covered half of the Xianxia realm. The Xianxia realm was like an independent space without any loopholes. The purpose of opening this place was to keep the darkness inside, like putting water in a jar. However, if there was more and more water, the water would overflow from the jar. It was just that they didn't know if it could be kept. Everyone had no idea. The souls stationed in the Xianxia realm began to build the city. These souls were brought over by the Grand Uncle. They didn't need to resist the darkness. They didn't have the ability to do so. They only needed to take care of some logistics, build houses, clean the city, cook, and do some other things. Not only were there void creatures in the city, there were also many humans. These people were not weak, but because of the limitations of their souls, there was an upper limit. They couldn't compare to the void creatures. Moreover, the void creatures had racial talents. To the void creatures, these souls were really too weak. They could crush them with a finger. However, they were the Grand Uncle's people, so they didn't dare to touch them. After all, these souls were weak, but the Grand Uncle wasn't weak. Moreover, their living standards were directly related to these people. Even the construction of the city, the layout of the rooms, the decorations, and so on were all done by the human souls. If these void creatures were to do it, it would definitely be a mess. Therefore, even if these souls were weak, the void creatures wouldn't attack them. Sometimes, they would even reveal some things that only existed in the void, to the human souls. If they could get these things, they could exchange them for more resources when they returned to the organization. It was very worthwhile. The void creatures and the souls seemed to be getting along very well in the city. The Grand Uncle called a soul in front of him and said, "Build a few more cities according to a certain distance." As he spoke, he looked at the squirming darkness, moving inch by inch. There were marks on the ground. When he stared at the darkness, he couldn't feel the movement of the darkness. However, when he looked at the marks on the ground, he knew how far the darkness had moved. Moreover, it wasn't a short distance. The Grand Uncle wasn't sure if the Xianxia realm could trap the darkness. The soul passed down the Grand Uncle's order, and all the souls were mobilized. No other race could compare to the humans' ability to move. They worked like efficient machines. The void races couldn't help. When the souls were busy, they tried their best to delay the devouring speed of the darkness. Delaying the darkness for 1 second was 1 second. Grand Uncle discussed with the creature next to him. Passively defending like this won't work. Then what should we do? They couldn't hit or scold. The darkness devouring everything wasn't a joke. Attacking was even more useless. It was like hitting the air. Grand Uncle looked at the gloomy darkness. This side was bright, but the other side was dark. There was nothing in the endless darkness. "I want to go in and take a look." The void creature next to him was frightened. "Are you crazy? It's not like we didn't put anything in," but none of them came out. There wasn't even any movement. Everyone tacitly agreed that as long as they were devoured by the darkness, there would be nothing left. They would turn into darkness. There was no upgrade, not even a skeleton. Entering the thick darkness was simply courting death. Anyway, everyone present took a step back. They didn't want to go in at all, not going, and even if they die, not to mention whether they would die or not, if they went in, they wouldn't be able to find the way out. If they got lost in the darkness, they would die sooner or later. If they put something in, there would be no trace of it. Grand Uncle stood still. The person next to him said, "Don't tell me you want to go in." "Don't go in," Grand Uncle frowned. His pale skin was almost transparent under the bright light. He said, "I'll go in and take a look." "You're crazy. You won't be able to come out if you go in." "Don't go in." The person next to him reached out to pull him. Grand Uncle took a step to the side and avoided this person. He was a little embarrassed, but he still said, "There's no need to take the risk. To be honest, if the darkness devoured, then so be it." What they had to do was to delay it. It wasn't something urgent, so there was no need to take such a risk. They all had the same idea. If the darkness devoured them, they would move. When there was no place to move, then they would die, but by then, they would have lived long enough. Grand Uncle said, "I want to take a look." There were some things that couldn't be understood. It was like a fishbone stuck in one's throat. And what exactly was this thing? Why was it born? Some people could be confused, but Grand Uncle couldn't. His heart was burning with anxiety, and that feeling was scratching his heart and lungs. He even put some back in a bottle, but under the bright light, the bottle was transparent and there was nothing in it, darkness. The people around him didn't know what to say. They had tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen. What could they do? Moreover, if something happened to the Grand Elder, wouldn't these souls at the grassroots be disobedient? After all, doing laundry, cooking, and many other things required souls to do. These people were weak, and void creatures even looked down on human souls. But without them, his days would be a mess. She was used to someone keeping everything neat and tidy. She could reach out and drink some water. In short, it was too comfortable. If he were to return to his previous life, he would not be used to it. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. As long as the Grand Elder was safe, these souls would also be safe. Senior Grand Uncle, of course I won't rush in rashly. I have to make some preparations. Dazzling light lit up the surroundings. Under such light, Taishu rushed into the darkness, and his figure was directly swallowed by the darkness. Make it brighter, make it brighter. Most people felt that the Grand Elder couldn't come out. After all, the creatures that went in never came out. This was too impulsive. Was it necessary? The bright light made people unable to open their eyes. Everyone stared at the darkness. As time passed, everyone felt that the Grand Elder couldn't come out. Sigh, why did he have to be so reckless? Everyone dispersed one after another. After guarding for so long, if he could come out, he would have come out long ago. Some souls stayed here, waiting for the Grand Elder to come out. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people waiting. The people were sparse, and in the end, only the souls were left. These souls were also very annoyed. If something really happened to the Grand Elder, they didn't know what kind of stormy waves would be when they returned to the organization. The leaders of the organization might eat them up and make their souls scatter. Damn it, the Grand Elder and the others couldn't persuade them. Although they already had a bad feeling, these souls still had to be guarded. Not only did they have to guard, but they also had to inform the organization. They had to inform them. If they didn't, those people would explode. Once they exploded, the unlucky ones would definitely be the souls present. They had already done what they needed to do, so they couldn't be blamed for anything. Of course, the dazzling light still had to be lit, and it had to be very bright. The people from the organization who borrowed the news came over, covered in dust. The leaders were Sang Liang and He. Behind them, a large group of people asked the station's souls, "What's going on? How long has it been since he went in?" "It's been a long time, and the darkness has moved forward a little." Sang Liang frowned tightly. His face was pale, and he paced around a few times. And he comforted him. He probably went in because he was confident. It should be fine. After all, the Grand Elder wasn't weak. If he went in without any preparation, he wouldn't go in. It was a joke to risk his life. Sang Liang knew, but he was too concerned. Make some light and throw it inside. Some light would allow him to find the direction. Why hasn't he come out yet? Sang Liang was a little anxious and paced back and forth. And he was a little more stable. He was thinking more about what would happen to the organization if the Grand Elder collapsed. The stable situation would probably change. And what would the organization do in the future? Would it still be the same as before? After all, the organization was established because of someone, and it was needed by someone. Now that the person was gone, would they still be alive? It was true that life depended on one person. For both public and private reasons, and he still hoped that the Grand Elder was still alive. After all, he was stable. If he died, their fate would also be unstable. Sang Liang stood still and looked into the darkness. Mo Ming stood beside he and whispered, "What's the probability of him coming out?" And he said, "Then say more auspicious words. Maybe he can come out safely." Mo Ming. "Well, I hope he can come out safely." Mo Ming didn't think that the Grand Elder would come out if he said some good words. It was said that the Grand Elder had luck, but it was impossible to turn this situation around with just a few words. As time passed, the atmosphere became more and more stagnant. The longer it was, the less the Grand Elder's vitality was, and the more dangerous it was. The probability of him coming out was even lower. The time it took for the Grand Uncle to enter was getting longer and longer. Even if he stood still, he would get lost. Mo Ming tried his best to stabilize his emotions, hoping that the Grand Uncle could come out. He also asked the surrounding souls about the situation. They wanted to know why the Grand Uncle went in. The Xianxia realm had existed for a long time, but no one had figured out what the darkness was. What could the station souls do? Their lives were hanging by a thread. If the Grand Uncle couldn't come out, they might be beaten to death by their angry superiors. What a tough life. She told Mo Ming the whole story in detail. Mo Ming furrowed his brows. The Grand Uncle should have gone and prepared, but the problem was that even if he wanted to come out, it would consume a lot of energy, which would be a burden on the Grand Uncle's body. Now, he had to conserve his energy and not waste any of it. He had to use it wisely. What could Mo Ming do? He could only wait here. He couldn't go in. Once he went in, it would be you look for me, I look for you, and there would be no end to it. At this time, he had to wait for the Grand Uncle to come out. He looked at it. If he didn't come out after half a day, he would have to find a way to go in and look for him. And he said, "Should we put something in to look for him? The drones in their hands should be able to do it. At least they could make some light for the people inside to pay attention." In short, they had to find a way to contact the people inside. Mo Ming nodded. "Okay, go do it." The army at the back immediately carried out all kinds of boxes. Some of these machines were crawling on the ground, and some were flying in the sky. In short, they observed from all angles. They turned on the computer, which showed a dark image. Even though these machines had light, in the thick darkness, there was only a faint light. The light was almost completely swallowed. The machines on the ground were very bumpy, and the image transmitted back was shaking so much that it couldn't be seen clearly. Mo Ming frowned and looked at the image. What could they see in such darkness? These machines were not damaged, but they couldn't find their way in the darkness and didn't know where to go. Moreover, the signal was very weak. In the end, even the black image was gone. Did the robots run too far or something? Anyway, there was no way to save them. Mo Ming was quite annoyed. He covered his forehead with his hand and didn't say a word. And he looked at the image and was in a bad mood. Something happened to the Grand Uncle. This was a big earthquake. Now that there was a problem with the Sea of Laws, not long after, their organization would fall apart, and where to go would be a huge problem. Mo Ming looked at the darkness that was devouring the world. Humans could not resist life, old age, sickness, and death. It was normal for the void to fall into darkness one day. He just didn't know if living creatures could survive in the darkness. How were they going to live their days in the dark? Perhaps, those inconspicuous small worlds would instead become places of residence. At that time, would they have to fight for territory with the creatures of the small worlds? Could a small world withstand the creation? Of course, these were just Mo Ming's thoughts. Even if darkness came, it would be a long time in the future. Since birth, one must walk on the path of death. All sorts of bright and dazzling items were thrown into the darkness, but they didn't even flicker before they were swallowed by the darkness. Darkness was easy to deal with. As long as one had a blazing, bright light, just like the sun, emitting light and heat at any time and place to dispel darkness. However, there was no sun in the void. Could it be that someone had to create a sun to dispel the darkness? But what if there was so much heat to support the combustion? The heat emitted by the sun was due to the internal nuclear change, chemical reactions, and physics that produced a large amount of heat. When the reaction inside stopped, the heat would disappear, and so would the light and heat. Mo Ming was not very optimistic about artificially creating a sun. The darkness was still wriggling and moving. Nothing could stop it. A little white appeared in the darkness. The white became more and more obvious. Mo Ming couldn't help but walk over. He saw the white-haired senior uncle. His neck and face were covered with black lines. He asked, "Are you okay?" "Your hair." Senior uncle just said, "Let's go back first." Mo Ming exhaled. "I was shocked. I thought something had happened to you." Senior uncle said, "It's nothing serious." Mo Ming said to he, "You guys go back to the organization first." And he didn't say anything and left with the people below. In this situation, it was not suitable for them to stay here. They just had to do what they had to do. There was a difference between being close and distant. Mo Ming looked back at senior uncle. Senior uncle's black hair was all white, but his face was all black. He frowned. Senior uncle's condition was worse than he thought. Perhaps the grand elder would die when the darkness swallowed the void. As soon as they left, senior uncle's body relaxed. He looked a little painful. Mo Ming reached out to help him and took out the energy body from his pocket. "Absorb some." The energy body turned into powder in senior uncle's hand and fell to the ground. Senior uncle sat down and rested for a while. When the black lines on senior uncle's face and neck gradually disappeared, he asked, "How did this happen?" Senior uncle said, "It's too dark inside. I can't use many methods." There was no road and no direction. It was not easy to find the exit. Mo Ming looked at his snow-white hair. "Your hair?" Senior uncle said, "It's nothing serious. I just used too much power. Can you recover in the future?" Mo Ming reached out and touched his white hair. It was white as snow. He could not imagine what he had experienced in there. The time outside was not long, but in the darkness, time should be very slow. Mo Ming changed the topic and didn't ask about his body. He asked, "What did you find inside?" "It's just darkness. This thing can't be stopped." There was nothing attacking inside. It was just darkness. But it was this kind of darkness that made people helpless. If it was alive, if it knew how to attack people, it would just kill it. Maybe there would be no darkness. But this was darkness. There was nothing else. Mo Ming said coldly, "According to the devouring speed of the darkness, it will take a long time. Don't go in again next time. It's meaningless." It was still the same sentence. Maybe senior uncle was dead, but the darkness couldn't devour the void. If the void creatures wanted to save themselves, they had to think of a way. Many creatures were ignorant. Why should the grand uncles go in? Even if the end of the world came, everyone would die together because the darkness was unavoidable. However, because the territory was getting smaller and smaller, many races would migrate when they lost their land. By then, the places they could live in would be smaller and smaller. It was inevitable that everyone would be crowded together, and there would be more conflicts and conflicts. One could imagine that there would be fights everywhere in the void, fighting for a place to rest, fighting for resources. Mo Ming's face was cold. He didn't care even if the races in the void killed each other. He wasn't the one who caused this situation. Mo Ming sighed in his heart. The creatures in the void were too comfortable. It was time for them to move. Before they died, they had to struggle like a fish on a chopping board. Although they were definitely going to die, if they didn't jump around, they wouldn't have a soul. Only when they moved would they have vitality. They had to fish in troubled waters and win in chaos. There were too many races in the void, and some races had never even shown up. If some races had the healing Taishu, even if everyone had to die, Taishu had to be the last to die.
Taishu looked tired and didn't speak. He followed Mo Ming back to the organization and then lay on the black stone bed. Mo Ming went out and then came back with a bottle in his hand. There was bright red blood in the bottle. Drink something before you sleep. Mo Ming woke Taishu up. Taishu glanced at the bottle and frowned. He looked a little disgusted. I don't drink this kind of thing. It doesn't taste good. Now that you have a problem with your body, drink some. If Ningxu was here, he would jump up and scold him. What kind of scene was this? Taishu was disgusted and even coaxed him to drink his blood. Taishu didn't want it. He turned his body and turned his back to Mo Ming. Look after the organization. I'm not in a good state now. Someone is going to make a move. Was this organization united? Of course not. Benefits were the core of a person's desire. Mo Ming left with the bottle. It was a pity about the blood. Mo Ming notified Mo Ming to come over. Mo Ming was notified by the main system and was especially surprised. He couldn't figure out why he had to be notified directly without his superiors. Mo Ming said to Mo Ming, go and call Ningxu over. Mo Ming was a little confused. Isn't she dead? That little fatty is her. You've seen her before, Mo Ming said. Mo Ming's face was filled with questions. He really couldn't understand how Ningxu had turned into that little girl. What kind of fantasy had happened in between? Mo Ming asked tentatively, why are you looking for her? Mo Ming said, I have something that she wants. She will know about it. Go and inform her. What could he do when faced with a task assigned by his superior? Even if he was unwilling, he still had to go. Mo Ming went all the way to the Netherworld River. The Netherworld River was still smelly. Because the location had changed, Mo Ming searched for a long time. There was a man plucking chicken feathers in the yard. He looked up at Mo Ming. Who are you looking for? Mo Ming stood outside the fence and said, I'm looking for Ningxu. Although he had his doubts before, Mo Ming still couldn't accept it when it was officially acknowledged. The man who was plucking the chicken stood up, wiped his hands on his apron, and went into the house. After a while, he came out, followed by a sleepy little girl. She seemed to be doing well and had gained some weight. When Ningxu saw Mo Ming, he immediately extended his hand to greet him. Come in. Why are you here? Only then did Mo Ming enter the courtyard. When he saw the man plucking the chicken feathers again, he used a lot of effort to shift his gaze away from him. It was too strange to see a void creature plucking chicken feathers. Ningxu poured a cup of tea for Mo Ming. What's the matter? Mo Ming said, You're Ningxu. Ningxu nodded and smiled. Yes. For some reason, I didn't die. Ningxu wasn't afraid of being exposed at all. She could now announce to the world, I'm back. I'm Ningxu. I'm your father. That's good. I thought you were dead. Mo Ming didn't drink the tea. He was in a spirit state and couldn't eat unprocessed food. Mo Ming stared at Ningxu. Ningxu touched his face. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Mo Ming said, You don't look like you used to. Ningxu said, That's not necessarily true. After all, I haven't opened up yet. When I do, I'll still be as beautiful as before. Mo Ming looked at Ningxu's chubby face in silence. He couldn't imagine what she would look like when she opened up. He went straight to the point. I'm looking for you because the main system asked me to. Ningxu was surprised. Sang Liang? Why is he looking for me? Sang Liang had been avoiding him before, but now he was actively looking for him. What kind of conspiracy was this? In any case, Ningxu was very wary of Sang Liang. Mo Ming said, He said he has something you want and wants you to go over. Ningxu was speechless. I really didn't believe him. That old man was very evil. If he let her go, it might be easy to catch a turtle in a jar. Ningxu asked indifferently, What is he talking about? Mo Ming shook his head. I don't know. He only said that you need it. Ningxu's first reaction was blood. But why did Sang Liang want to exchange blood with him again? No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem possible. For someone like Sang Liang, everything he did was traceable. Ningxu asked directly, Did something happen in the organization?
Mo Ming paused. A lot of things happened in the organization. I guess the main system is looking for you because of the Grand Uncle. Ningshu wasn't surprised at all. Only the Grand Uncle was worthy of Sang Liang's painstaking planning. As for the others, Sang Liang just said, "It's none of your business." Get lost. Ningshu asked, "What happened to the Grand Uncle?" Mo Ming paused for a few seconds and finally said, "The organization may be in chaos. The void will be in chaos too." Ningshu raised his eyebrows in surprise. The Grand Uncle can't live? Mo Ming was speechless. Ningshu said, "Go on." Mo Ming looked a little conflicted. "I don't know if I should tell you. Logically speaking, such things in the organization shouldn't be told to others. And looking at the grudge between Ningshu and the Grand Uncle, there might be more trouble. If something really happened to the Grand Uncle, the organization would definitely be in turmoil." Mo Ming didn't want that. Souls were very weak compared to void creatures. Even if there were countless souls in the organization, they might not be able to beat the Grand Uncle alone. That was the difference in quality. The Grand Uncle may be injured. Ningshu said, "When isn't he injured?" If there was a problem with the Sea of Law, the Grand Uncle's body would always have problems. She now understood that Sang Liang might be looking for her because of the Grand Uncle's body. Maybe he would use force, maybe he would use soft methods. Ningshu laughed. "Then go. I asked you to come to me. I can't make it difficult for you, right?" Mo Ming said. "Actually, you don't have to go." Ningshu waved his hand. "It's okay. Wait for me to get something." She definitely had to go, but she couldn't go unprepared like this. No matter what Sang Liang's motive was, Ningshu wasn't afraid. Sang Liang seemed to want to take advantage of her. However, when it came to taking advantage, it was either you die or I live. Perhaps in the end, he would suffer a loss. According to Mo Ming, Senior Uncle's situation didn't seem good. She had to go and take a look. Even if she couldn't do anything, she had to know. If not, she would laugh at him. No matter how badly Senior Uncle had gotten himself into, she had to go and take a look. Sang Liang had what she wanted, but she also had what Senior Uncle and Sang Liang wanted. It was fine if they could make a deal, but if they couldn't, no one would make things difficult for the other. Everyone needed each other. Ningshu walked into the house, picked up the holy whip, and placed it in the space. Jingji looked at Ningshu in confusion. "Where are you taking him?" "I have something to do. I need him." He had to take the holy whip with him, in case he didn't have enough combat power. Jingji immediately said, I want to go too." Ningshu was speechless. It was inconvenient to have a family with her. Moreover, she was going to see Sang Liang. He didn't know what Jingji would be like when she saw Sang Liang. The scene would definitely be unimaginable, there would be more variables, so Ningshu said, "You'd better not go. Just wait for me to come back." "Don't worry, I will definitely bring Fatan back." Jingji pouted. She was obviously unhappy and didn't believe Ningshu at all. She said again, "I want to go." Ningshu said, "You're not allowed to go." Jingji didn't have time to talk back. He first stuffed something into his mouth and chewed loudly. His cheeks were chewed very loudly. Ningshu felt pain in her bones, as if she was being bitten on her own bones. After swallowing the food in her mouth, Jingji said, "I want to go." I don't know what you're going to do to him." Jingji looked at Ningshu suspiciously. "Why don't you let me go? What do you want to do?" Ningshu looked at Jingji in surprise. "I didn't expect you to be able to think." She had always thought that 90% of Jingji's mind was about food, and 10% of it was Jingji. These two things occupied Jingji's mind. Jingji looked at Ningshu warily. "Give him back to me." Ningshu stretched out his index finger and waved it in front of Jingji. No. Fatan was never yours. You're thinking too much. This bastard actually dared to snatch people from her. 10 yuan for 3 keys, 10 yuan for 3 keys. Are you even worthy? How many keys do you have? Ningshu felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. F***ck, his woman was going to be abducted. Xianxia revealed a ferocious expression. Return her to me. Ningxu, I won't. Mo Ming was waiting in the living room when he heard loud bangs in the house. The dust on the walls was about to fall off. He did not know what was going on. He wanted to go in and take a look, but it was not good to walk around in someone else's house. When the commotion inside stopped, they came out. Xianxia saw that Ningxu's face was full of teeth marks, his hair was messy, and his clothes were wrinkled. Mo Ming raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "Are you okay?" Ningxu smiled. "I'm fine." "Mo Ming, you don't look like you're fine." Behind Ningxu was Xianxia. Xianxia was in a worse state than Ningxu. There were shoe marks on his face, his nose was bruised, and his face was swollen. He clutched tightly onto Ningxu's clothes. Xianxia's expression was very stubborn. His other hand reached into his pocket and stuffed a bunch of things into his mouth. His cheeks were puffed up as he glared fiercely at Ningxu. Mo Ming did not know what to say. He only said, "Why don't you clean up?" Since they were going to make a deal, it was not appropriate to appear in front of Xianxia like this. Ningxu said, "Wait for me for a while." When Earthworm saw Ningxu and Xianxia, his expression froze. It was like a parent seeing a disobedient child. What happened? Ningxu kicked Xianxia. Ask him. Xianxia kicked back without thinking. Both of them had a new footprint on their bodies. Ningxu said, "I want to wash up." Earthworm fetched a basin of water for Ningxu and said, "How many rounds have you been older than him? Do you have to fight with a child like this?" Ningxu washed his face. "Not only have I beaten him many times, but I'm also older than you by many rounds. This has nothing to do with age." Ningxu turned to Xianxia and said, "Let go. As long as you listen to me, I'll take you there." Xianxia was very doubtful. "Really?" Ningxu took a deep breath. Why did Xianxia think that she did not mean what she said and doubted her character? When Ningxu and Xianxia came out again, they were two fair and clean children. If it was not for the teeth marks on one's face and the other's bruises on the other's face, one would not be able to tell that they had fought. Ningxu said to Mo Ming, "Let's go." Mo Ming glanced at Xianxia, who was following behind. "He's going too?" Ningxu said, "Of course. If there's a problem, throw him out." To a certain extent, Xianxia was Sang Liang's natural enemy. Even the Divine Stone clan was afraid of Xianxia's teeth. He did not believe that the delicate Mo Ming was not afraid of Xianxia. He directly threw Xianxia into Sang Liang's arms as if he had thrown a bomb. But if nothing happened, Ningxu felt like he was leading a mad dog. He could not even pull it back. It was so tough. Moreover, she was not Fation. Xianxia listened to Fation, but he felt that her words were ordinary. It was also because of Fation that they could be so peaceful and stable. The earthworm asked, "When will you come back? When will you stew?" Ningxu said, "You can stew it in the pot now. Don't stew it in the pot. I want to eat pot chicken. The pot is more fragrant." The earthworm was expressionless. "Why don't you do it?" Ningxu quickly shook his head. "I'll listen to you. I'll do as you say." Mo Ming was speechless. "You're still greedy for the taste of the human world?" Mo Ming looked at her. She was so fat. Ningxu nodded. "Eating is really fun. In the past, when I was alive, I couldn't eat. After becoming a soul, I only tasted the taste. I didn't even feel full." If she did not gain some weight after eating, she would feel that she had not eaten anything. She would make up for what she lacked in the past. On the way, they chatted occasionally. Mo Ming said to Ningxu, "You look like you're living a happy life." Ningxu did not deny it. "Life is precious. Love is more valuable. If it's for freedom, both can be thrown away." Freedom, it was really too happy. To Ningxu, love was precious. Life was more valuable. If it's for freedom, both can be thrown away. Ningxu asked, "How about you? Are you living well?" Mo Ming thought about it seriously. There doesn't seem to be any difference. It's neither good nor bad. When they arrived at the organization, Ningxu went straight to the consultation room.
Sang Liang was already waiting there. This time, he seemed to be quite sincere, because Sang Liang was not a projection this time, but a real person in front of him. Ningshu instinctively stood in front of Jin Ji because she heard Jin Ji sniffing. Sang Liang said to Mo Ming, "You can go back." Ningshu said, "Wait a minute. He completed your mission well. Don't you get any rewards? You just used his favor." If it were anyone else, Ningshu might have come, but she wouldn't have come so easily. This was all Sang Liang's favor. Now that he had chased him away, Ningshu was very unhappy. Sang Liang said, "There will be a reward when you go back." Mo Ming thanked him and left. Even if Sang Liang didn't say anything, he wouldn't have stayed. He still had a good eye for such things. Ningshu clicked her tongue. If she didn't say anything, there wouldn't be a reward. She was too familiar with the organization's behavior. There was no such thing as being polite here. If she didn't say anything, it would be impossible for her to give it to her. If she didn't say anything, it meant that she didn't want it. At this time, if she didn't say anything out of politeness or because of her shame, she would be pushing away what belonged to her. There was no bad intention. She wanted something that belonged to her openly. Moreover, she wanted something that belonged to her, but the other party didn't count. It was indeed the boss's style. If you wanted his money, he wanted your life. In turn, he would say that you were petty and not magnanimous. You fought like a chicken for something. If you gave it to her, she wouldn't make a fuss. Ningshu stood in front of Jin Ji and asked Sang Liang, "Do you want to exchange something with me?" "Give it to me." "What do you want in exchange?" "If your item is too inferior, I won't exchange it." Sang Liang took out a glass bottle the size of his index finger. It was a bottle of blood. When Jin Ji saw this kind of thing, he rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Sang Liang's hands were very quick, and he directly kept the thing. But when Jin Ji got close to Sang Liang, she sniffled and leaned against him. The closer he got, the more he drooled. The table was covered in his saliva. Sang Liang's expression was extremely ugly. One night paper directly blocked in front of Sang Liang and Jin Ji, isolating them from each other. Jin Ji smashed the pages of the book. The pages were very sturdy and did not move even after being smashed. A page of the book separated the dangerous elements. Sang Liang stared at Ningshu. "What do you mean?" Ningshu said, "I don't mean anything, but this child insists on following me. I can't do anything about it. Look at the teeth marks on my face. I really can't control him. Do you want to exchange the blood in here with me?" Ningshu asked as he dragged Jin Ji away. Sang Liang was like a bank teller who had encountered a robber. He was using pages and pages to block out the danger. The two people opposite him were people who wanted to skin him alive. Sang Liang, "Yes, 20 bottles." Ningshu rolled his eyes. "What are you daydreaming about? 20 bottles? Why don't you just go to heaven? You really can say whatever you want when you open your mouth. 20 bottles? Are you worthy? You're not. If we talk properly, we can still make a deal. If you talk nonsense like this, there's no way to talk at all." Ningshu pulled a chair and sat down. "Hey, can you hear me?" She felt that if she cut the pages, the other party would not be able to hear what she said at all. Sang Liang, 20 bottles, not one less. Ningshu, so there's no way to talk? She snorted. You might have some misunderstanding about your blood. Don't make me pay the price. I think your blood is good, but it's beyond my psychological value. Your blood is not precious to me. This blood is not worthy of 20 bottles. Ningshu beat around the bush. Look at how anxious you are. Is there a problem with the Sea of Law? Then it must be Grand Uncle. Sang Liang said coldly, it's none of your business. Ningshu, I'm just concerned. I heard that he was injured. I don't know how injured he is. Who else in the void can hurt Grand Uncle? I'd like to pay a visit. Sang Liang showed a cold smile. It was a fake smile, but the corners of his mouth were hooked up like a fish hook. His smile was so ugly. Yes, go to the Xianxia realm. Go into the darkness and you'll find the answer. Ningshu remembered the information. Xianxia realm.
Granduncle was injured in the Qianxian realm. What was darkness, however, Sang Liang definitely did not have good intentions. You old man, you're very bad. Ningxu looked at the bottles and said, how about this, I'll give you 4 bottles. Sang Liang, you want to exchange for 4 bottles? Are you worthy? Ningxu nodded. I'm worthy. Both sides wanted to minimize the loss and were unwilling to give in. If it was someone else, Ningxu would accept it if he felt that he was at a disadvantage. However, there was no way for Sang Liang. No one wanted to benefit from Sang Liang. Sang Liang sneered. Your heart is not ordinary. Ningxu said directly, it's up to you whether you want to exchange or not. I'm not the one who needs this thing now. It's not necessary for me. It's just icing on the cake. Are you angry that someone is taking advantage of you when you need something? Ningxu looked at Sang Liang with a smile. Sang Liang also laughed. It's up to you whether you want to exchange or not. She had thought that since she had already bled, she couldn't let it go in vain. That was why she wanted to exchange, as if someone was begging her. Anyway, it didn't matter if she lost a little blood. Ningxu spread his hands. If you don't want to exchange, then don't exchange. Who cares? The negotiation failed. Sang Liang stood up with the book and went straight into the room. Ningxu sneered. He felt that it was quite interesting. Sang Liang was a little angry now. He probably hadn't changed back from his previous identity and wasn't used to begging people. Ningxu pulled the restless Xianxia. Let's go. Sang Liang didn't have any intention of begging. Did Ningxu want to beg him? If they couldn't come to an agreement, then let's not talk about it. It wasn't a big deal. He kept the water for himself. He might need it next time. But he really didn't have the courage to beat himself up like that. It was too tragic. Xianxia asked, don't you want that thing? Ningxu said calmly, no, it's not something good. Xianxia said, I want it. Ningxu said, what does it have to do with me? If you have the ability, go and get it yourself. Xianxia was very unhappy when he was pulled out. Ningxu brought him to a restaurant to eat. Xianxia asked, why not? Ningxu still explained, he wants to exchange that thing for something else. Xianxia said, then exchange. Ningxu shook his head. No, because it's not worth it. Alright, Xianxia didn't know how to measure value. He was very unhappy. The man in the cheongsam was leisurely fanning himself, drinking tea and talking to a girl. When he saw Ningxu and Xianxia, he was a little surprised. The organization still accepted such young mission takers? When they arrived at the organization, Ningxu went straight to the consultation room. Sang Liang was already waiting there. This time, he seemed to be quite sincere, because Sang Liang was not a projection this time, but a real person in front of him. Ningxu instinctively stood in front of Xianxia because she heard Xianxia sniffing. Sang Liang said to Mo Ming, you can go back. Ningxu said, wait a minute. He completed your mission well. Don't you get a reward? You used his favor. If it were someone else, Ningxu might have come, but she would not have come so easily. This was all Sang Liang's favor. Now that he had chased him away, Ningxu was very unhappy. Sang Liang said, there will be a reward when you go back. Mo Ming thanked him and left. Even if Sang Liang did not say anything, he would not have stayed. He still had this bit of foresight. Ningxu clicked her tongue. If she did not say anything, there would be no reward. She was too familiar with the organization's behavior. There was no such thing as being polite here. If she did not say anything, it would be impossible for her to take the initiative to give it to her. If she did not say anything, it meant that she did not want it. At this time, if she was polite or embarrassed and could not say anything, she would be pushing away what belonged to her. There was no bad intention. She wanted something that belonged to her openly. Moreover, she wanted something that belonged to her, but the other party did not count. It was indeed the boss's style. If you wanted his money, he wanted your life. In turn, he would say that you were petty and not magnanimous. He would fight over something like a chicken's eye. If King gave it to him, he would not make a fuss. Ningxu stood in front of Xianxia and asked Sang Liang, do you want to exchange something with me? Give it to me. What do you want in exchange? If your item is too inferior, I will not exchange it. Sang Liang took out a glass bottle the size of his index finger. It was a bottle of blood. When Xianxia saw this kind of thing, he rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Sang Liang's hands were very quick, and he directly kept the thing. But Xianxia, who was close to Sang Liang, sniffled and leaned against him. The closer he got, the more he drooled. The table was covered in his saliva. Sang Liang's expression was extremely ugly. One night paper directly blocked in front of Sang Liang and Xianxia, isolating them from each other. Xianxia smashed the pages of the book. The pages were very sturdy and did not move even after being smashed. A page of the book separated the dangerous elements. Sang Liang stared at Ningxu. What do you mean? Ningxu said, I don't mean anything, but this child insists on following me. I can't do anything about it. Look at the teeth marks on my face. I really can't control him. Do you want to exchange the blood in here with me? Ningxu asked as he dragged Xianxia away. Sang Liang was like a bank teller who had encountered a robber. He was using pages and pages to block out the danger. The two people opposite him were people who wanted to skin him alive. Sang Liang, yes, 20 bottles. Ningxu rolled his eyes. What are you daydreaming about? 20 bottles? Why don't you just go to heaven? You really can say whatever you want when you open your mouth. 20 bottles? Are you worthy? You're not. If we talk properly, we can still make a deal. If you talk nonsense like this, there's no way to talk at all. Ningxu pulled a chair and sat down. Hey, can you hear me? She felt that if she cut the pages, the other party would not be able to hear what she said at all. Sang Liang, 20 bottles, not one less. Ningxu, so there's no way to talk? She snorted. You might have some misunderstanding about your blood. Don't make me pay the price. I think your blood is good, but it's beyond my psychological value. Your blood is not precious to me. This blood is not worthy of 20 bottles. Ningxu beat around the bush. Look at how anxious you are. Is there a problem with the Sea of Law? Then it must be Grand Uncle. Sang Liang said coldly, it's none of your business. Ningxu, I'm just concerned. I heard that he was injured. I don't know how injured he is. Who else in the void can hurt Grand Uncle? I'd like to pay a visit. Sang Liang showed a cold smile. It was a fake smile, but the corners of his mouth were hooked up like a fish hook. His smile was so ugly. Yes, go to the Xianxia realm. Go into the darkness and you'll find the answer. Ningxu remembered the information. Xianxia realm. Grand Uncle was injured in the Xianxia realm. What was darkness? However, Sang Liang definitely did not have good intentions. You're a bad old man, very bad. Ningxu looked at the bottles and said, how about this, I'll give you 4 bottles. Sang Liang, you want to exchange for 4 bottles? Are you worthy? Ningxu nodded. I'm worthy. Both sides wanted to minimize the loss and were unwilling to give in. If it was someone else, Ningxu would accept it if he felt that he was at a disadvantage. However, there was no way for Sang Liang. No one wanted to benefit from Sang Liang. Sang Liang sneered. Your heart is not ordinary. Ningxu said directly, it's up to you whether you want to exchange or not. I'm not the one who needs this thing now. It's not necessary for me. It's just icing on the cake. Are you angry that someone is taking advantage of you when you need something? Ningxu looked at Sang Liang with a smile. Sang Liang also laughed. It's up to you whether you want to exchange or not. She had thought that since she had already bled, she couldn't let it go in vain. That was why she wanted to exchange, as if someone was begging her. Anyway, it wouldn't be a big deal to lose this little bit of blood. Ningxu spread his hands. If you don't want to exchange, then don't exchange. Who cares? The negotiation failed. Sang Liang stood up with the book and went straight into the room. Ningxu snorted. He felt that it was quite interesting. Sang Liang seemed to be angry out of embarrassment. He probably hadn't changed back from his previous identity and wasn't used to begging people. Ningxu pulled the restless Xianxia. Let's go.
Sang Liang didn't have any intention of begging. Did Ningshu want to beg him? If they couldn't come to an agreement, then let's not talk about it. It wasn't a big deal. He kept the water for himself. He might need it next time. But he really didn't have the courage to beat himself up like that. It was too tragic. Xianxia asked, "Don't you want that thing?" Ningshu said calmly, "No, it's not something good." Xianxia said, "I want it." Ningshu said, "What does it have to do with me? If you have the ability, go and get it yourself." Xianxia was very unhappy when he was pulled out. Ningshu brought him to a restaurant to eat. Xianxia asked, "Why not?" Ningshu still explained, "He wants to use that thing to exchange for something else." Xianxia said, "Then exchange." Ningshu shook his head. "No, because it's not worth it." Alright, Xianxia didn't know how to measure value. He was very unhappy. The man in the cheongsam was leisurely fanning himself, drinking tea and talking to a girl. When he saw Ningshu and Xianxia, he was a little surprised. The organization still accepted such young mission takers? The cheongsam man saw that Ningshu and Xianxia were unfamiliar faces. It was probably their first time here. After exchanging a few words with the girl left. The cheongsam man brought the two kids over. Every time he saw the cheongsam man, he was either flirting or on the way to flirting. "Do you still remember your girlfriend who died for you? He's here, he's here." Ningshu didn't want to talk to the cheongsam man at all. They had to introduce each other and explain the cause and effect. If it was Mo Ming, he would have the patience, but the cheongsam man didn't have much interaction with him. The cheongsam man coughed. "Kids, are you mission enforcers or here to play?" The cheongsam man now knew that the organization didn't only have souls. There were other species with bodies. He guessed that these two were the children of the powerful people in the organization and were running around to play. Ningshu looked at the cheongsam man with disdain. He was too stupid. She said, "Guess." The cheongsam man said, "I can't guess." Ningshu said, "If you can't guess, it's none of my business." The cheongsam man, "This little girl was too evil." The cheongsam man said, "Uncle will treat you to food." Ningshu said, "One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions." "What do you want?" "What do I want?" The cheongsam man's dirty thoughts went astray. "You're so young." "I don't want to do anything." Ningshu really wanted to punch the cheongsam man. What was he saying? They hadn't seen each other for a long time. He had become even more deranged. "We're here to eat. Doesn't the restaurant give us a menu?" The cheongsam man was annoyed. He called a waiter over. Ningshu didn't order anything else. He only ordered some pastries. As for the food, they would eat the earthworms when they got back. Xianxia ate the sweet food and felt a little better. She said to Ningshu, "Fation needs that thing. I think we can exchange it." Ningshu said, "Of course, we can exchange it, but not in this way." It was not like he was there to ask for help. Look at Sang Liang's character, he was not willing to be bullied. As for Fation, it was better to have this thing. If he couldn't do it, he could use the energy form to slowly nurture him. Eventually, he would wake up. In short, he was not afraid at all. From the moment Sang Liang took the initiative to talk to her about this, he was already at a disadvantage. Sometimes, taking the initiative meant that one was anxious, but being passive did not necessarily mean that one was at a disadvantage. Let Sang Liang rush over. He was anxious to death. Xianxia really couldn't think about things that were too profound. If she thought too much, her head would hurt a little. The more he thought about it, the faster he felt hungry. In order to prevent himself from falling into an endless appetite, he had to be a fool. As for the brain, was it just for decoration? The man in the cheongsam felt very awkward at the side. The man in the cheongsam was completely ignoring him and talking to himself. The man in the cheongsam said, "If you like it, I'll give you some." Ningshu and Xianxia then looked at him. Ningshu nodded. "Sure, thank you." The cheongsam man was speechless. This was really awkward. The man in the cheongsam was still very curious about their origins and asked, "Where did you come from?" For the sake of the desserts, Ningshu said, "We came from the void."
We came here to play. The man in the cheongsam was speechless. That was it. Were his desserts so worthless, or were his words too valuable? He couldn't get what he wanted, and the other party was a child. He couldn't use his manly charm to seduce the other party, right? Even if he did, what would such an old child know? The man in the cheongsam found an excuse and left. After a while, he came back with a stunned expression. Ningxu glanced at him. You still want to give us desserts? The man in the cheongsam said. It's not that I can't, but the main system informed me to ask you to go to the consultation room. Ningxu snorted. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if they kept going back and forth? Ningxu felt sad and embarrassed for the man in the cheongsam. He said that he didn't want to make the exchange, but in the end, he asked him to go back. It was too embarrassing. However, Ningxu still wanted to shout from the coffin, if you ask me to go back, then I'll go back. I don't care about my reputation. Therefore, Ningxu only said to the man in the cheongsam indifferently, oh, I understand. It wasn't strange that Sang Liang knew his location. Ever since he entered this place, he had been under Sang Liang's nose and was being watched everywhere. The man in the cheongsam thought that since he had informed her, there was nothing else for him to do. However, after a while, the man in the cheongsam walked in front of Ningxu again. He wants you to go over quickly. Ningxu said, tell him that I'll go over in a while. The man in the cheongsam was speechless. Why did he feel like he had become a mouthpiece? For some reason, he felt that his existence had become very strange. The man in the cheongsam said, he's asking when you'll go over. Ningxu said, in a while. The man in the cheongsam said, how long will it be? I'm waiting for you. Ningxu thought carefully. I'll be free in a while. The man in the cheongsam really wanted to hit her. What kind of naughty child was this? She was probably that person's child. He should have just come and taken her back. Now that he was being so polite, the province must be different. At least, the man in the cheongsam felt that the main system was being very polite. After all, the style of the organization was very unyielding. The man in the cheongsam held his breath and asked, then when will you be free? Ningxu looked at him strangely. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? You're the law of time. Why don't you make a prediction? The man in the cheongsam's face stiffened. What kind of child was this? It's impossible to predict. What had happened could not be changed. The future could not be predicted because there were too many possibilities in the future. If the man in the cheongsam had predicted that he would be in such an awkward situation, he would definitely not have gone over. He was really like a mouse in a bellows being bullied by both sides. What kind of sin had he committed? Ningxu said, see, if you can't predict it, I can't either. The man in the cheongsam was speechless. Could he hit her? Can you pack the dessert you gave us? Ningxu asked. The man in the cheongsam was expressionless. He said like a robot, yes, sir. Ningxu said, okay, pack it for me. The man in the cheongsam asked, then are you going over there? Ningxu said, it depends. After that, Ningxu and Jinji left the restaurant with their things. The man in the cheongsam's expression was terrible. He had been bullied and lost the dessert. In the end, he did not even manage to find out the other party's identity. This was too uncomfortable. Get lost. Don't come to the restaurant in the future. Ningxu stared at him intensely. This gaze was so intense that it looked like he was looking at a traitor. He brought Jinji around the entire city, including the auction house. There were still many good things in the auction house, but Ningxu could not use them. However, there were some delicious things that could be stewed into soup. They were very nutritious. Stewing chicken soup was the best. Then, they went to the consultation room. Please bookmark, the counterattack of the Cannon Fodder female supporting character. The counterattack of the Cannon Fodder female supporting character is updated the fastest. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Ningxu had to make a deal with the blood. Just like Jinji said, Fatan needed it. Both sides were putting on an act, probing each other here and there. They entered the consultation room. There was another person in the room. He had striking white hair and a black windbreaker. He looked a bit like the grand uncle. Did the granduncle change his style? Did he turn into ash? It wasn't gray. His was snow white. His skin was just a little fairer. If his skin was a little darker, yellower, or uglier, it would be a disaster with his hair. Ningxu stared at him. The granduncle turned to look at her. Ningxu said, "It's really you. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Did you change your style?" Before the grand elder could say anything, Sang Liang's face was suffused with a cold light, which was daunting. The granduncle became like this because of this. It was really unbearable for someone to make fun of this. The granduncle looked at Ningxu. "Do you want to change your style?" Ningxu shook her head. "No, I'm not changing. After all, I'm still so young. It's not good for me to age prematurely." Now, Sang Liang's face was covered in frost. He couldn't bear to joke about this. He was very unhappy. "Do you want to change?" Sang Liang asked. Ningxu said, "Let's change." At this moment, Jinji was sitting obediently at the side. He didn't show any desire for Sang Liang. Perhaps because the granduncle was here, even the incarnation of appetite had to be sober. Perhaps because the granduncle was here, Jinji could control himself because of Sang Liang's smell. Sang Liang asked, "How?" Ningxu gritted her teeth. Sang Liang must have pulled the granduncle here to control the situation. However, she also had someone here to control the situation. She just had to throw Jinji out. His teeth were very good. Even old rookies like Sang Liang and Taishu would be able to chew through them. Ningxu said, "How do you want to change?" "Let's make it clear first. 20 bottles is impossible." Sang Liang said, 19 bottles. Ningxu was speechless. "Are you crazy? Since you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. What's the point of doing it again and again? Less than 5 bottles. Do you want to exchange or not? If you don't want to exchange, forget it." Earthworm's chicken stew was ready. It was time to go back and eat the chicken. Who has time to talk to you about such a serious matter? It's better than eating. With a foodie by his side, his appetite was greatly improved. The grand elder said directly, "Then 5 bottles." Sang Liang frowned but didn't say anything. Ningxu clicked his tongue and said whatever was on his mind. Wasn't it good to be straightforward? If one were to talk about stinginess, he felt that Sang Liang was the stingy one. This was clearly something that didn't cost much. Sang Liang wouldn't have lost so much blood even if he was slightly injured. It was like earning 5 bottles of water for free. In the end, he still wanted to get 10 or 20 bottles. This was simply daydreaming. He was thinking too much. In any case, he wasn't beaten up by society. Sang Liang's life in the organization was smooth sailing. There was probably nothing he couldn't get. That was why he was so angry earlier. Moreover, Ningxu's previous actions had actually encouraged his arrogance. In the past, whether it was a loss or a gain, she would accept it all. Ningxu took out 5 bottles of water for Sang Liang, then took the blood and planned to leave. There was no need to talk to these people. The grand elder stood up and said to Ningxu, "Let's go somewhere." Ningxu refused without thinking. "I want to go home and eat chicken." There was someone at home who was eagerly waiting for her to go home. Earthworm? Not really, and if she went to the same place as the grand elder, who knew what he was going to do, anyway, nothing good was waiting for her. And she had to go back and let Fatan absorb the blood. Ningxu didn't want to care about anything important. The grand elder looked at Ningxu. "Are you going or not?" Ningxu, "No." She didn't look at the grand elder. Her hair and face were white. If the light was a little brighter, it would be dazzling. "How coquettish," Sang Liang said, "You'd better go. This is a big matter in the void." Ningxu waved her hand. "Then I won't go. I'm just a weak person who can't contribute to the void. Since it's a big matter, I can't bear it." When Sang Liang heard this, the frost that had been condensed earlier had now turned into ice cubes. That kind of unbridled coldness assaulted his face, causing him great discomfort. Ningxu saw such an aggressive Sang Liang. She didn't know what Oshing had done to make this noble young man break down. Sang Liang, some people are under the protection of others. It's only right. Ning Shu felt that Sang Liang's resentment was rather heavy. And would someone who was targeted for no reason swallow it? Of course not. Ning Shu immediately chuckled, her face full of mockery. What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean by under the protection of others? No matter what you do, I don't know. I don't know, but don't push everything to me. He was too familiar with this trick. Sang Liang liked to suppress righteousness the most. No matter what you did, no one asked you to do it. It was disgusting to force people to pretend to be grateful. Moreover, Ning Shu was still dumbfounded. He didn't understand what had happened. Some people felt too good about themselves. The grand-uncle gave Sang Liang a look. Sang Liang didn't say anything, but his face froze. Sang Liang was speechless. Ning Shu didn't want to be entangled with them. As for where he was going, Ning Shu wouldn't go. Even if he wanted to go, he would go with the grand-uncle. Some things could be found out after a slow investigation. Ning Shu brought Xianxia out of the consultation room and successfully left the organization without encountering any danger. Ning Shu was thinking, is it senior uncle who has weakened or I have become stronger? Maybe it was both. This was probably what the upper echelons supported each other while the lower echelons tore at each other. No matter how much they argued, they wouldn't really fight. The ground would shake and both sides would suffer. Ning Shu realized that he had become a person that the grand-uncle couldn't kill casually. Whether he didn't kill him because he had some value or simply because he wasn't worth killing, he had to consider the consequences. Ning Shu felt that this was a good thing. If it was in the past, killing a weak mission enforcer would be a piece of cake. Was the grand-uncle wrong in the past? He was probably right. If he was wrong, it was probably because weakness was the original sin. She was too weak. Ning Shu laughed in his heart. She was alone, unlike the grand-uncle who had to drag such a big family down. He had a lot of things to consider. She and the grand-uncle would have to fight eventually. Life and death depended on fate. When Ning Shu returned home, he didn't directly pour the blood on the whip. Instead, he handed it to Xianxia. Check if there's anything in it that shouldn't be there. Xianxia poured a drop into her palm. She smelled it first, licked it, and tasted it carefully. Then, she said, it seems to be fine. Ning Shu said, it seems to be fine. Are you sure? If there was a problem, Fation would suffer. End of chapter. Xianxia nodded affirmatively. No problem. Ning Shu said, confirm. Xianxia said, I should be able to confirm it. Ning Shu was confused. It didn't look very reliable. If Sang Liang had added something to it, it wouldn't have affected the heaven-conquering army. He thought of Fation's broken leg. Last time, he saw Sang Liang bleed, so he shouldn't have done anything. However, it had been a long time. Who knew what was in it? Sang Liang was evil. Ning Shu was really vigilant when facing Sang Liang. Ning Shu closed the bottle and put it aside for a while. Xianxia looked at Ning Shu and said, let Fation out. Ning Shu shook his head. I want to keep him close to me. Xianxia looked very unhappy, but he couldn't find a reason for Ning Shu to compromise. It was very uncomfortable that his brain wasn't enough. Xianxia racked his brains but couldn't think of a way. Every time he encountered a suppression of intelligence, Ning Shu was very happy. Ha ha ha, Earthworm knocked on the door and said to the two people in the room, want to eat chicken? Ning Shu said, yes. After eating chicken, he went to find out what the grand-uncle and the others were talking about. Sang Liang had a look that said, your ignorance is detestable, you don't know how to be grateful, you're inhumane. Who knew what they were doing? They usually acted like it was a high-level secret and never let anyone know. In turn, they said that others didn't know how to be grateful. It was especially funny. Xianxia followed Ning Shu. Fation was probably on Ning Shu, so Xianxia had no choice but to follow Ning Shu. Earthworm's culinary skills were getting better and better. The chicken soup was rich and the chicken was very delicious. At least, Ning Shu liked it. The smell of fireworks in the human world was the smell of happiness. Ning Shu gave the dessert he brought back from the organization to Earthworm. Try it. It tastes very good. Earthworm said, I don't like sweet things. It's okay. I'll just have a taste. I'll eat the rest. Even if it was not enough, there was still Xianxia. There was never anything like leftovers. Earthworm, Ningxu said to the earthworm, I'm going out soon. I won't be back for a while. You have to be careful at home. If you need anything, go to the Divine Stone clan. The earthworm asked, Is there any danger? Ningxu shook his head. I don't know if it's dangerous or not, but we have to figure it out. Cultivate well. After dinner, Ningxu wanted to get in touch with Xianxu's father. After all, it had been a while since they last met. But Xianxia wanted to go with him. Even the Divine Stone race was afraid of Xianxia's teeth. Bringing him along would definitely cause a commotion among the Divine Stone race. Wait here for me to come back, Ningxu said. Xianxia, I'll follow you. Ningxu explained, I'm going to see the Divine Stone race. If you go, they will feel uncomfortable. Xianxia reluctantly accepted. Then come back quickly. Ningxu suspected that Xianxia was now treating him as the center of attention. After all, Fatian was with her. Ningxu arrived at the Divine Stone race's territory and realized that there were rows of people sleeping there like small mountains. Snoring sounds came one after another, and all of them were having beautiful dreams. When it came to sleep, Ningxu felt that the Divine Stone clan slept the most. They spent most of their time sleeping. After all, there was everything in dreams. Ningxu didn't disturb Xianxia. It wouldn't be good if he woke him up, so he left after watching for a while. The quantity and quality of sleep was envied by many insomniacs. When he returned, Xianxia looked around while eating. She was a living example of a Wangfu stone. When she saw Ningxu, she heaved a sigh of relief. She looked as if Ningxu had threatened Fatian to escape. Ningxu was a little curious. How did Fatian usually teach Xianxia to make her trust Fatian so much? In the past, Xianxia was a beast with an appetite. She was inhumane and didn't know how to speak or think. This was the result of Fatian's education. He put in a lot of effort. It was normal for Xianxia to be close to Fatian. I want to go out. Xianxia immediately said, I'll go with you. Ningxu, sure. When in danger, Xianxia was also a fighting force. Other than eating, Ningxu didn't see how she fought. He didn't know if Fatian taught her how to fight. Xianxia's racial talent was probably eating. Ningxu didn't know what Sang Liang and the others were talking about. He had to find someone who knew. Previously, Mo Ming said that the granduncle was injured and the void was going to be chaotic. It seemed that Mo Ming knew the inside story. Therefore, he had to find Mo Ming. What happened in the void? Anyway, Ningxu was at a loss. He didn't know what had happened. There was no internet in the void, and it was so big. Who knew what had happened? When he found Mo Ming, he wasn't surprised at all. It seemed that he knew that Ningxu would come to find him. Ningxu didn't stand on ceremony and asked directly, what happened in the void? Mo Ming said, probably darkness is coming. There is no day or night in the void, but there is darkness sweeping over and swallowing everything. Ningxu scratched his head and asked, is it the dark races? Mo Ming, it's darkness, pure darkness. It's like a small world. There is no light at night, so it's very dark. Ningxu. Then it's coming at night. Is it a big deal? Mo Ming, but this darkness swallows everything. Ningxu replied, oh, is this the end of the world? Mo Ming, I don't know. Ningxu, is it spreading fast? Mo Ming said, I don't know. I only know this. I don't know the details. You can ask Granduncle. Granduncle went into the darkness and came out. Oh, so your hair turned white? Ningxu asked. Mo Ming nodded. Yes. Ningxu immediately understood. With the Granduncle's strength, he was already old. If ordinary people went in, they would probably die without a complete corpse. Does time flow very fast inside? Ningxu asked. Mo Ming shook his head. I haven't been in, so I don't know the situation inside. Ningxu touched his chin and thought. Is there no way to stop it? Mo Ming, no. Light and darkness can't be stopped. Some things couldn't be transferred by human will. So that's what Sang Liang and a granduncle were talking about. Since the darkness would come as scheduled, why did Sang Liang look like the granduncle had saved the entire void? Why did he want people to be grateful? If the granduncle really stopped it, Ningshu wouldn't mind cheering 3 times. But now, nothing had been solved. And the sky was getting dark. What could he do? In short, Ningshu didn't care much about this situation. Since death was unavoidable, he could only live well. He couldn't kill himself if he knew that he was going to die sooner or later. And Ningshu was really used to life and death. Between life and death death and life. It wasn't a big deal to jump between life and death. Oh, I see. I understand. Only people who had never died would think that this was a big deal. End of chapter 4006. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.